Let me open up the phones real quick because we got like, what, an hour and 15 minutes? Got an hour and 15. Hell yeah, let's go. It begins. What would you do for a Klondike bar, really, at the end of the day? What would you do? If there was a Klondike bar, would you have a Klondike bar? I guess this is my question. What would you do for a Klondike bar? I don't know. I feel like I'd pay like, I don't know, like Klondike bars kind of suck. Sh50 is in here saying, woo! How you doing, Sh50? How you doing? Can we just be honest, though? Klondike bars kind of suck. Zombie618 says, we disagree on quite a lot, but one thing we can agree on is that Kent Hovind is a nutcase. You don't say. You don't say. I got my notepad ready to go, bro. I got all sorts of goodies for him. This is a problem. This what I have here is a problem. Though I probably shouldn't be showing it until looks like awesome. Happy Monday, says 55. Happy Monday to you too. Happy Monday. How's everybody doing? I hope y'all are having a good day. We're taking calls. Phone number 202-998-5218. Says here, when does it start? It starts in about an hour and 15 minutes. So you guys are definitely early. But I thank you very much for joining in early. I thank y'all very, very much. So we're going to have we got some conversations coming. Let me let everybody know that I'm streaming at everyone. Streaming live and taking calls. We're debating Kent Hovind tonight. It's a rematch. Speaking of which, let me pull up the old what are the old questions that people paid for. Y'all paid for some questions. I got to get them read. Let's see, 246. Let me grab those questions. Aha, Kent Hovind questions. By the way, donate and I will get those questions read out to you, provided he stays for the entire frickin' debate. I'm assuming he's not going to be in his car this time around. Zombie says, sounds good, man. I got a thumbs up. I'll be back in a bit. Maybe I'll have a disagreement for you. All right, no problem. No problemo. It's going to be a good time. I'm excited. What do you think? You think we should just like wind down and just play some video games while we wait? Or should we go over some Kent Hovind stuff? I don't know. I feel like I've gone over. I know the Kent Hovind stuff. By the way, the question is, can Noah's Ark be defended historically and scientifically? That's the question. Historically, no. And scientifically, no. Rainbow Ash is saying Zelda. All right, maybe we should play some Zelda. You know, it's one thing I want to do. I want to get my GameCube controller to work with Zelda because it just feels better. Because right now I'm like using an Xbox One controller and it ain't great. It's not great, but you know, gets the job done, I guess. All right, let's get the Xbox controller. Hold on. Making me want to play my games in shit. Where are my batteries? Alright, I got 2 Energizer batteries. Hang tight, hang tight, hang tight. Now, these are fresh batteries, so they should just work. Come on. Throw me a bone. Just work. If that doesn't work, then it's a problem with the contacts. Come on. Microsoft. I have all Microsoft products. Why does this not auto-discover on my computer? What are you doing? Where are you looking? It's already hooked up to my computer. It's just choosing not to. Look at it. Look at it go. All right. All right, let's open up the Bluetooth panel because obviously whatever the hell it's doing right now is not working. What are you doing? Now get this, right? Check this, right? Let's say that if you've got a Windows system, ask what device that you want to add. It asks, do you want Bluetooth as in audio devices, mice, keyboards, phones, pens, controllers, and more? Wireless display or dock, wireless monitors, TVs, PCs, Miracast or wireless docks, or everything else. Xbox controllers with an Xbox wireless adapter, DLNA, and other devices. You would presume that everything else, but no, it's actually Bluetooth. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. Look, we're set it to discovery mode. What is happening? Why can't it find it? Oh, is it finding it? Oh, okay. All right, yay. All right. Why are you such a pain in the ass, Xbox? Why are you like this? All right, well, it's working now. So I think we're good to play. I got to get some new wireless batteries because the batteries, for whatever reason, they ain't batterying. All right, let's load up the game. My goodness. What are we doing? Zelda Wind Waker. While we wait till 8 o'clock. Zelda's fun. I love Zelda. All right, hold on a sec. All right, let's just play. Forget it, chat. We're just gonna play. Okay. All right, the game is not detecting my controller for some reason, and we're gonna figure out why. I don't know which one it is. Xbox. Oh, found it. Okay, I think that's it. All right, yeah, that's it. Okay, let's play. Yay. Where were we in this game? What were we even doing? Let's talk to Tetra, see what she has to say. What are you doing? Show me where the owner of that voice is. Okay. Show me the owner of that voice is. Oh, yeah, that's right. We got to go inside the temple. We got to go inside the temple. Go up. All right, jump. Just going to roll right on over. You know, I strictly remember Link feeling way less clunky. But in this game, I'm just going to be honest with you. He feels very clunky because it's just, I don't know if it's the controller or if like I'm used to like Breath of the Wild controls where it's like super fluid. But this game it controls a little clunky. Are you him? Are you the one who is speaking through my stone without permission? Answer me. That stone is an enhanced version of the gossip stones long spoken in the legends of Hyrulean royal family. I am the one who made it. You made it? The royal family's gossip stone? I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about. Have neither of you ever heard the tales? Tales of the kingdom spoken of in the legend of the great hero. The place where the power of the gods lies hidden. Oh my goodness. This place where the two of you now stand is that kingdom. This is Hyrule. It's the king, and I am its king. Daphne's no Hansen Hyrule. Your name is Daphne? Bro, we gotta talk about why your name's Daphne. You know you're the king, right? You can just change your name to whatever you want. 1stAmender, do you now recognize my voice? I am Boat. I am the king of Red Lions. There was no need for me to reveal my true identity to you so long as that blade, the Master Sword, could defeat Ganon. But now, both of you must listen to me. Okay. Once, long ago, this land of Hyrule was once turned into a world of shadows by Ganon, who sought to obtain the power of the gods for his own evil ends. My power alone could not stop the fiend, and it is our only choice was to leave the fate of the kingdom in the hands of the gods. When the gods heard our pleas, they chose to sail away on that only Ganon. Bobro says hello. Hi. Hi. Let's see. They chose to sail away not only Ganon, but Hyrule itself, and so with torrential downpour... I just realized I gotta turn off my phone. My phone has a bad habit of making a lot of noise. So, phone's off. Hyrule itself, and so with torrential downpour and the rains from the heavens, our fair kingdom was soon buried beneath the waves, forgotten at the bottom of the ocean. Okay. Yet all was not lost, for the gods knew that to seal the people away with the kingdom would be to grant Ganon's wish for the destruction of the land. So before the sealing of the kingdom, the gods chose those who would build a new country and commanded them to take refuge on the mountaintops. Those people were your ancestors. Hundreds of years have passed since then. So long as Ganondorf was not revived, Hyrule would remain below, never waking from its slumber. Tetra, come with me. Bobro says, I love Doctor Who and cry at the sad parts every time I've watched it. I've never watched Doctor Who. Never. The necklace you wear is part of a sacred treasure called the Triforce of Wisdom, which has been passed down for many ages with the royal family of Hyrule. How's my voice? How's my kingly voice? Your mother passed this down to you and instructed you to treasure it and to guard it with your life. Am I not correct? The Triforce of Wisdom is none other than the sacred power to the gods, that which we have kept from Ganon's clutches for so many long years. The gods placed upon your ancestors the task of protecting it from evil's grasp. You, too, must abide by the laws of the past, and so the time has come for me to teach you the fate of which you were born, the very reason that you live. Boing. Boing. Sorry. Let me know if you guys want me to not narrate. If you guys tell me, like, please narrate less, this is not entertaining. This is cringy. Let me know. I think it's entertaining, so there's that. Wah, wah, wah. My fate. You are the true heir to the royal family of Hyrule, the last link in the bloodline. All right. Bobro says, narrate more. It's funny. Thank you. Appreciate it. Athlete of the Year says, this should be good. Both are a lot alike. Both what? You and Princess Zelda. Zelda? I'm a princess? You are confused, aren't you? I suppose such is to be expected. 1stAmender! I am terribly sorry that you've been caught up in these events. Wait, hold on. Is it... First Amender, I am terribly sorry that you've been caught up in these events. Okay. Well, now that this is known that Tetra is indeed Princess Zelda, Ganon will be searching frantically for his child in an attempt to get the power of the gods that she possesses. He will not rest until he has found her. If he succeeds, my ancient kingdom under the sea will be turned into a land of shadow and despair, and so will the world you know above the waves. 1stAmender, I need you to lend me your strength in this dark hour. I have a suspicion about what has caused the Master Sword to lose its power. I need for you to come with me back to the land above water and return to repel evil to the Master Sword. Flashy says, I thought the debate was tomorrow, Amender? No. What? Wait. Oh my god, hold on. Do not make me paranoid. Hold on. Hold the phone. Let me make sure. Monday. It's Monday, May 18th. Stop it, Flashy. Stop it. Flashy, don't make me paranoid. I'm very bad at remembering when I'm supposed to stream. Stop it. I am right. You're wrong. Zelda. It is far too dangerous for you to join us in this task. James says, ready for an invigorating debate? Yep. Fortunately, this sacred chamber is not yet known to Ganon. It is my wish that you wait here in hiding until we return. Whoop. 1stAmender, we must go. Bye. Okay, what did they do? Just get rid of his, they're just like, we couldn't be fucked to make a walking animation. 1stAmender. I don't know how to say this. Everything's that's happened to you and your poor sister. It's been all my fault. Yeah, it has. I'm so sorry. Link is so cute in this game. Let's go. 1stAmender. Bye. Be careful. Base God Flashy says, it seems like that the topic is a little different this time, right? Yes. So the question is, can Noah's Ark be defended historically and scientifically? The answer is no to both of those questions. But yeah. Anyway, stop giving Tetra the Aaron voice. What? What is the Aaron voice? What is the Aaron voice? What is that? 1stAmender, listen well. The fact that the Master Sword lost the power to repel evil suggests to me that something has happened to the sages that infused the blade of God power. The sages should be here in Hyrule, the Wind Temple to the north and the Earth Temple to the south, praying to the gods. You must head to the two temples and see what happened to the sages and attempt to find a way to recover the power to repel evil. Unfortunately, Ganon seems to have erected some sort of magical barrier down here in Hyrule, blocking our path to the temples. But each temple should have another entrance high upon Hyrule's mountaintops, in which are now islands above the sea. As always, I shall mark these places on your sea chart. Wow, how convenient. Now then, if we stay here much longer, we shall draw our enemy's attention to Princess Zelda's whereabouts. We must return to the surface immediately. Isn't that the lady you debated who wanted to return to a feudal society? Yeah. All I wanted was to take away voting rights for half the population. Is that so much to ask? Why is everyone yelling at me? That's just good stuff right there. That's just good stuff. Once long ago, he defeated Ganon and brought peace to the kingdom of Hyrule. A piece of the Triforce was given to the hero of time and kept safe, much as Zelda... Yo, dude, I'd be grabbing this fucking lion's head, just be like, Lion, stop expedition dumping. I know what to do. Just let me do it. Stop it. The sacred piece is known as the Triforce of Courage. The hero of time is called to embark on another journey. Left unto the land of Hyrule, he was separated from the elements that made him a hero. It is said that the Triforce of Courage was split into 8 shards and hidden throughout the land. Even I do not know where they rest, but this much I know. They lie hidden somewhere in this great sea. The Triforce of Courage is the only key that will once again open the doorway to Hyrule. You must search for it. Alright, bitch. Right Plight says, you remind me a tiny bit of Kit Boga. Chat, help me. Who's Kit Boga? Is he good? Is he good? Is he good? Please, just tell me he's good. Let me see. Hold on. Bomb Island, Six Eye Reef, Eastern Triangle. I think I gotta go. You know what? Why don't we head down here? Erin could do a lot less damage to society if she just admitted that she has a BDSM fetish. Jesus. You ain't holding any holding back any punches there. My goodness. Let's see. Base God Flashy says, Kid Boga is good. He exposes online scammers. I appreciate that. Thank you. Kid Boga is cool. He makes videos about anti-scamming and harassing scammers. Sick. Wait, I think I know who you're talking about. Are you talking about the one that that plays an old lady? If so, I love him. He's great. He's really funny. He's the what is it? What is it called? He's the oh, hold on. Do not redeem. Yeah. Do not redeem. He's that guy, right? I'm pretty sure it's that guy. I have no fucking bait. That's not good. We need bait. I think I have a map of what's it called? No, that's not what I wanted. Charts. Okay. R. Beetle chart. Wow, it looks like the beetle is on this island, so we should be able to wackadoo him. Where is he? I see him. He's over there. Too bad we gotta very slowly move there because he's in not the right spot. Can you do an RFK Jr. impression? Yeah, I can.
Hello, Flashy. How are you doing today? In the morning, I like to make an omelet out of the eggs of a critically endangered falcon. And for my cardio, I like to run from its mother.
I didn't come up with that joke. That's way too funny of a joke for me to come up with that one. If it's like a really, really funny joke, there's no way I came up. Just assume I did not come up with that joke. If it's like a really good joke. All right, how do I get to him? I'm trying to get to him, and I think it's gonna take less time for me to just sing the fucking song and stop being lazy. I'm just being lazy, and I don't want to like adjust the wind. So we're gonna adjust the wind because I'm stupid. All right, here we go. That's not what I wanted. Okay. Yeah, because he's sailing away from me. It would have taken me forever to get to him. All right, here we go. Hi, Beetle. Hi, Beetle. I need your stuff. Beetle, I need your stuff. Beetle. I have never seen Beetle sell any of these things. I don't need any of these. Is that an actual bottle or is that just a red potion? If you have anything you want to sell, show it to me and I'll buy it off of you. Would you prefer to buy something? No, wait. That's 30. What a deal. Look at the color. Fit your bow. Buy it while you can. When it comes to replacing your heart, nothing is more potent. Do you have an empty bottle? If you do, God damn it. I don't need any of this crap. I was hoping he was going to give me a, I needed bait. I need bait. Seriously, I need bait. I can't like not have bait. God damn it. All right. So, let's see here. Let's see. We're just going to look at some stuff here. Let's look at the beetle chart one more time. I mean, if we go west or if we go east, we could either go east or southwest. It's probably best to go southwest. At least get somewhat closer. So we're just gonna do the thing. Southwest. 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 All right. Southwest. AWOL Thought says, greetings, peeps. Hello, AWOL. Hello. Hello. Glad to have you. Glad to have you. Wow. 50 says, hi, James. Hi, AWOL. Hello, everybody. Hello. 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 We are taking some calls. 202-998-5218 while we wait for this 8 o'clock debate. I got a whole new presentation ready to go. The rematch is ready. I've got the questions that were last paid for. By the way, if you guys do send me super chats to the questions, I'll go ahead and add it to the list of questions for Kent HOVIND. Yes. Okay, we got this island over here, and really what we're looking for is not the island. I couldn't give a crap about the island. I want Beetle's ship, which looks like it's right there. I see it. I see the Beetle ship. Is that Beetle's ship? That looks like Beetle's ship. Beetle, is that your ship? Amender, did you see the C-SPAN clip? Caller from Hawaii? No. If you want me to play it, I can do it. All right, Beetle. Beetle, you have one thing I need. You have one very important thing that I need. Beetle. That's exactly what I need. Bait. Bait. Yep. Buy it. Rematch says Forever Rain. Yep. I think we're good. Here, I'll buy one more just in case. All right, we're good. We're good. Bye, 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 Beetle. 55 said just sent on Discord. All right, let's take a quick gander. 55. Republican C-SPAN caller saying it's hard for me to say this, but I think I can open up to the public that it might help others. I regret my support for Trump's and I should have known better. He's a con man, a liar, the worst, most corrupt president we have ever had. Wow. Okay, let's take a look. Actually, it's probably best that I just do the main. Okay. Okay. All right. We're going to watch this for a bit. Let's see what he says.
Hard for me to say this, but I think if I can open up about it in public, that it might help others. I wanted to believe Trump was the real deal for a long time, even though I had doubts because I knew enough about his business history to think otherwise. But now I regret my support for him, and I should have known better. He's making it plain as day. He's a con man, a liar, doesn't keep his promises. He's in office all for himself, and he doesn't even try to hide his corruption anymore. So unless you get all your information from what I call the right-wing propaganda for profit, disinformation, media, industrial complex, he's the worst president we've ever had, and he's the most corrupt president we've ever had. I know it's hard. It took me a while to be able to say that. Very difficult when you commit yourself to believing in somebody. But
Thomas, if you don't mind me interjecting, did you vote for Trump all 3 times in 2016, 2020, 2024?
I'm sorry, I missed that. Say that again, please.
Did you vote for President Trump all 3 times that he's run?
Yes. I wanted to vote. I considered a third party. And
mind you, Ray, like I already knew about Trump on the first time. I was like reading books about him and I was like, dude, this guy is not good. We're actually in trouble.
Considered even a Democrat, but I did in the end vote for him.
And what do you feel? That's really interesting. What do you feel, or what was the straw that broke the camel's back this time around? Was it the war? Is it something else?
I don't think it's one thing. It's been a cumulative process. And it's gotten so blatant now, and he's just literally the things he's going to lower prices on day one. He was going to do this on day one. Only he could fix all this stuff. And now I understand how somebody like Adolf Hitler was able to brainwash millions of people. I never thought I'd see that again in my lifetime, but it's happened, right? I thought we got past that, but we don't learn from history. But I just hope the best we got to slow him down, make him accountable.
I've always heard that, or at least recently I've been hearing, people would usually say history always repeats, but not that. But lately I've been hearing people say history does not, it doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme.
We can right now. The only weapon is to vote for as many Democrats, whether you like them or not, to just get some balance back into our system of checks and balances, right? The Congress is doing nothing to stop him. He has more power. He wants to be a king, and we're letting him get away with it. We fought a revolutionary war against England because we didn't want to be ruled by an arbitrary king like Trump wants to be. So, but I'll stop there for that. Leavingmaga.org for anybody who's interested. It gives you a community.
Leavingmaga.org. Let me see here. Hold on. Let me just see. We're going to take a quick gander at that. Leavingmaga.org. We empower people to leave MAGA and tell their stories. We foster reconciliation with friends and family. We develop movement leaders to help others leave. Wow. How about that? Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number 202-998-5218. If you guys want to have a conversation, we can do so. We got a little bit of time to kill, about 45 minutes, 43 minutes or so. And then we're gonna hop on the Kent Hovind debate. So I appreciate you guys sticking around for this. Anyway, we're gonna play some more Zelda. Where was I? What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was gonna go south. All right. Let's see. Map. All right, so we're just gonna hit south, and then there's like an unnamed island there. Boomers blame Trump instead of their bad policies. Interesting. I mean, to be fair, we've kind of like handed over the keys over to Trump. So I feel like it's literally just Trump at this point. Let's see. All right. 55 says they have a support group Zoom meetings all the time. Rich Logis started it. He used to be the host of a MAGA radio show. That's wild. That is wild. Dude, imagine going from like honestly, like, could you imagine the deconstruction required to pull that off? That would be so difficult to do. I feel like I would be just like incapable. Pamela Haystack says, hi people, has the debate happened yet? Nope. We still got another 45 minutes, 43 minutes or so. 42 actually. Yeah, 42 minutes. 41 minutes till we have the debate. We are 41 minutes till. It's going to be a blast. It's going to be a blast. I'm excited. I'm excited. Excited, excited. Who here's excited? I'm excited. Look, there's an island over there. An island. We're going to, I bet you, if there's going to be a fish to feed, I want to feed the fish. I want to feed the fish. Let's see. AWOL says, the one I just watched were beefing because he took a drink from him. Wait, where did the island go? It's hard to see. Hard to see with glasses. Eternal darkness is greater than Wind Waker. Fight me. Well, the problem is that I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is, but I know what Wind Waker is. I love me Wind Waker. Now, where is the fish? Where is the fish? Where's the fish? I need a fish. Fishy, fishy, fish. Maybe there's a fish. We can go inside. Get me the fish. Where the fish? Where the fish? Fish, 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 fish. Fish, a fish. Fishy, fishy, fish. Where the fish? Where the fish? I don't see me any fish. Where the fish? Where the fish? It's the fish. Wow. There he is. He's right there. He's gonna give him stuff. Fish. Bloop. Tell me if we should stop, but once again, suggesting the Untitled Goose Game after we finish Wind Waker. Dang. Yeah, I've heard. I think you want to chime information about the island. Well, open up that fucking sea chat. Wow. That's a 2. I tell you, lately no one has been around these waters, seen the beautiful fairy who just bestows the magic power. She used to live here, Fry. All anyone ever sees here anymore are the big octos, and they've been appearing lately. Maybe they scared her off. Oh no, I sure hope they didn't eat her. And that's all the info I got to offer. If you want to hear it again, you have to throw some more bait in the water for me. Sorry, but that's my policy, Fry. I can't go fighting evil on an empty stomach, you know. Lunth says Noah's Ark. I don't know. Wouldn't they have recycled the boat into buildings? They have found anchor stones as well, or fake. Yeah, so Noah's Ark cannot be defended historically or scientifically, and I'll explain why. But if I explain now, that you will not enjoy my intro. So we're going to wait. We're going to wait, and then you will hear my intro, and then it will all make sense. It will all make sense. I promise you. I wonder if we can just like go in here and just wackadoo. Can we just like go in and wackadoo? Can we just go in and wackadoo, chat? Maybe we could just go in and wackadoo. Oh, I hit him. Yeah. Now we're going to go wackadoo. What's in here? Does this... Oh, that doesn't break by... I think you just got to... All right, let me see. Basic physics says it's impossible. Yes. Very true. Very true. But I'm approaching it a different direction. I think a direction from... that Kent Hovind has never heard of, so he's woefully unprepared for this. Can I, like... Can I get them? Can I beat them? I bet you if I beat them, will I be able... Would It's hard to hit. Got him. Bullseye. Ow. I'm going to hit them all. Let's see. 60 days, I think. 6 days or something. Didn't have to go anywhere. Just float and survive. But also, according to R and Ra, there was a flood, just not global. Yeah, yes. Correct. Correct. There was likely a flood or a flood account to tie to. So, but yeah, I do not believe that there was a global flood. That's ridiculous. I don't think anybody should logically believe that. Can you hit those? You can. Wait, did it destroy? Is it destroyed and it can't hit us anymore? Okay, got one. Is that can it hit us anymore? Let me see here. Come on, let's go. Hit the like button. Support the show. Thank you. Appreciate that. I really do. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate. We have also found 4 times the amount of water underground deep dive video about a volcano in China. Yeah, I mean, like I said, man, like everything, like it's just empirically false. And I'll explain why. I will. It will make sense. But I don't intend. I mean, if you want to have a quick discussion, we've got about 30 minutes or so, and then we're gonna get on the call. Okay. All right. So we destroyed it, and now there's a chest. But the question is, how do we get up there? How now, brown cow? Can I just like walk up it? Can I just like walk up that incline there? It looks like I can just... Flooding the earth makes sense? No, it doesn't. It makes absolutely no sense. There's a lot of problems with it. Can I go up this? I can go up this. And if you think it makes sense, trust me, you don't know enough science. There's too much. It's too much that doesn't make any sense. Okay. I will teach you. I will teach you. Do not worry, little. Do not worry, little. My friends. Do not worry. What do we got over here? This guy. Wait, how do we get up on that island? Oh, you know what? You know what? I bet you we can use the leaf. What does this guy say? Oh, I can see seagulls now. What a shame. I was certain that there was a huge fairy could be seen right around here. Of course, magic. That fairy used magic. That is the only explanation. So I bet you if I go to that group of seagulls over there, we will have ourselves a fairy sighting. The only thing that makes sense in the Bible is do unto others. It's a good rule. Certainly a good rule. Ooh, fairy. We already got a fairy. We don't need another one. We're good in the fairy department. Well, we physically cannot make it to that location. However, by changing the winds a couple of times, we should be able to do this. Lunth says a flood is totally possible. No, it's not. If there's 4 times the amount of water than on the surface, then they found it via science. No, we did not find that. The amount of water you see is a surprisingly thin film, all things considered. What just happened? Oh, oops, wrong. Please go up it. Go up. All right, hold on. There we go. That's what I wanted. All right. I'll show you why. I'll show you the exact reason why. I'll provide you some pretty definitive proof. It's pretty definitive. It is. It's very definitive. Okay. Lol, okay, don't even research it. Just claim you already know. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't need to research it anymore. I'm already aware of the science behind it. It's not. It's BS. Okay. I'll explain it. I'll explain it in my intro. It will make perfect sense. I will. But I have to address the historicity as well as the scientific nature. Lunth says, show us then. Yeah, in about 30 minutes, I will show you. We got a sea chart, but that's not what I'm looking for. We're going to go check out where those seagulls are and hopefully get ourselves a ferry. I can't show you now. You'll just have to wait for the intro. Then you'll hear it. I have it ready to go. It's got pictures. There's lots of pictures. Pictures. Have you looked into canopy theory as well? Canopy theory. What is canopy theory? I don't know what that is off the top of my head. I just ran out of magic. All right. I think I'd go south, I believe. How do you have the patience to talk to people like Kent HOVIND? You'd be amazed the type of people that I've talked to. Kent HOVIND is the least of my problems. I try to though, be patient, but even I lose my cool. In fact, I would say I lose my cool all the time. All right, hold on. There should be seagulls, but why don't I see seagulls? There were seagulls. Now there's no seagulls. What happened? Abe Dinkus says, I've seen you in the YouTube streets before. Have you ever debated 1stAmender? Where is those seagulls? Do you guys see seagulls? I don't see seagulls. Let me get my telescope out. I've seen so many HOVIND debates. He never says anything new. I agree. Okay, I see the seagulls. They're over here. All right, so we're just going to go this. It's so hard to see. Okay, it's fine. Gulls? Gulls. Here we are. Gulls. Is there anything here? Oh. Huh? Oh! 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 Wow! Got one side. Come on, hit it. Got it. How would one colonize Mars for human life? You'd have to be like Noah and gather everything on a ship. You would not be able to colonize Mars for human life. And the reason why is because the immense amount of weight required to actually get things up into orbit and then out to Mars. It's too much. It would be too much fuel. to get any meaningful amount of matter up there. Thanks to you, I've been freed from the beast's foul grasp. And thanks, I shall give you a little of my power. Whew. What do I get? 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 Why are you playing a game made by a horrible company, Nintendo? Because they keep making good games. Magic powers increase! You had before! Amender, will you go over the Duropinar site in the debate? No. Power that can freeze flames and melt the coldest ice. When you find that you have need of such power, you must call upon the powers of the wind god. May the winds of fortune always blow across your bow. Bye! Okay. So now we must go in the direction to the Now we must go west. Oh, east? I thought you said west. We're going west.
What kind of compass are you reading, lad?
Amender, will you? Yeah, okay. Sorry, I already read that. Speaking of which, what is it, 7:35? Yeah, let's save a bit. We got like, what, like 15 minutes? Rainbow Ash saying, I'm back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Cow Crapper! Cow Crapper! My favorite people are here. Not like that the previous people weren't my favorite people, but you are also my favorite people, and I love you, I love you, I love you. Mwah. Give you kisses. I'm sorry. Make sure you subscribe so I stop doing that. All right, here we go. We've got, there should be a fish. Let's fish it up. I'm fishing it, I'm fishing it, I'm fishing it, wheel. I'm fishing it, I'm fishing it, I'm fishing it, wheel. There's a fish, there's a fish, there's a fish, wheel. There's a fish, there's a fish, there's a fish, wheel. There's a fish, there's a fish. Fishy, 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 wheel. Fishy, 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 fishy. Fishy, fishy, wheel. Get the fishy, get the fishy, get your fishy, wheel. Let's get me a fish. Fish, 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 fish. Wheel. Subscribe to Amender. He'll stop being cringy. He promises. If Kent brings it up to you, you might be screwed then if he pushes hard on it. I mean, I'm sure I'll be fine. I'm not really too worried about it. I have my own question that I think is a really big problem for him. The facts are not on his side here. I dare you to take LSD and go to the ARC encounter experiences in Kentucky. Dude, minus the LSD, I would absolutely do that. I would 100% do that. That would be really fun. Okay, so this, we cannot open it because there's a heavy object in the way. Wait, what did the guy say? What did the fish guy say? I didn't even look. I didn't even read what he said. Now I got to give him more bait. I didn't even read what he said. What did he say? Hold on, let me see what he says. I'm going to give him some more bait. Where is he? Where you at, cuh? 1stAmender. So it's in 30 minutes or 90 minutes? 8 p.m. EST is 90 minutes away. No, it's 7:37. So it's about, 20 minutes till. You probably have like a form of like daylight savings times. It is at 8 p.m. according to Amender. Give me a break. What's using that same bait all the time? Don't you make a premium brand of this stuff? Oh well, such little is life. So if you want some info about this island again, small fry. There's a real heavy stone ahead blocking the cave on the island. Don't you wonder what's behind it? Don't you want to get in there? Heh. Well, let me tell you a great secret. If you go north 4 squares, then east 3 squares to the fire mountain, you'll find an item that gives you the strength to easily lift anything, no matter how heavy it is. North 4 squares, east 3 squares. With that thing, you could lift that stone and toss it out of your way as if it were as light as a feather. North 4, East 3. Okay. All right. What? What is this? What? What? What is happening? Okay. What is happening? What is this game? Damn it. Missed. Okay. Getting a phone call. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Hi, how's it going?
Hey, can I get your name?
Yep, Luca.
All right, Luca. How you doing, Luca? What would you like to talk about?
Good. I am to the left of you
Okay.
for whatever meaningfulness that represents.
Really?
So I'd like to debate you on,
I'm pretty left.
well, I would say I'm left economically. I would say I'd like to debate you on capitalism.
Okay. We don't have that much time. Maybe about 15 minutes or so, and then I'm going to have to hang up. So I apologize.
Yeah, that's
Normally I
fair.
like to have longer conversations, but yeah, let me just save my game and then we'll have the discussion.
Yeah.
Hold on. Sorry.
No worries.
Give me a sec.
I also noticed your area code. I'm also from DC.
Oh yeah. You're from DC. This is just a virtual number. So it's not, I'm not actually in DC. I'm in Florida.
Well, I will say that I've seen some of your socialist debates. I'll say I'm not a traditional socialist in the sense that I'm more broadly anti-capitalist, but I'm not like, a dogmatic Marxist per se.
Okay. So you probably had some critiques for me. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think I would critique, one thing I do agree with Marx on a lot is when he talks about accumulation. Specifically, I think you're seeing right now asset prices going up and the accumulation and quantification of assets across the board, not just in our country, but all over the world. And you can see that, sort of play out in housing prices and gold and other kinds of commodities. And I think arguably right now you're seeing a lot of mature economies go through a stage where the actual real growth of the economy is not growing that much in comparison to the growth of the asset holding class in these countries. And this sort of global, capitalist class's asset growth is outpacing the economy to the extent that they're outcompeting the resources of the lower middle class.
Okay. I don't actually disagree with you there.
Interesting. I guess, I would argue just that we need to change our modes of production, at least for basic necessities, to the extent that we should make them, nationalized or public. Just to avoid that. I don't have any particular problem.
Do you believe in the workers'
with,
ownership of the
luxury.
means of production?
See, that's interesting. I'm also somewhat anarchistic. I believe not necessarily in no states, but I think that we need to dilute the role of this more overarching state government. I think I'm fine with some level of representative democracy in forms of corporations. I think for instance, my family's from Italy, and I don't know if you know a lot about the Parmigiano Reggiano corporations and the history after World War II.
Hold on. Hold on. You didn't answer my question. How do you feel about the workers' ownership of the means of production?
I want representative production. Basically, I want representatives elected by the workers to oversee the production, essentially. Representative, but yeah, workers don't mean production. Sorry, I'm getting into the weeds there, but essentially.
Hold on. We already have that.
You would say we have worker-owned corporations?
No. The workers do oversee production.
workers oversee production?
Yeah,
I don't
like
think the workers
managers.
at Amazon.
Yeah, they do.
Yes, but they're not.
They're,
Well, I'd
they're
argue they're not
literally the
elected.
ones producing. They oversee
I
production.
don't. No, I mean in terms of democratically electing representatives to oversee
All right.
that production. So I'd argue
so then
that managerial.
So do you agree with the
Sorry, go
workers'
ahead.
ownership of the means of production, or would you rather have
Yes, I want the workers
representatives
to own the means.
by the worker to oversee production?
I would prefer that we would basically get rid of what I essentially want is to get rid of a type of class of people that exist as shareholders, and I want that the shareholders to be workers. I want the workers to become the primary shareholders, essentially.
Okay. So like, what about like people who have, say, for example, like a 401k and they've been investing their whole life?
I mean, I think that's a great question. I think there's ways in which you can have that stay invested, especially if you make that industry public. But largely, I'd obviously not right away, but I'd like to transition to a model where, let's say when you retire, your investments are sort of either held in more public goods that are backed by the government or held in your company once you retire. Obviously not right away, because there's a lot of people, to your point, that are not invested in companies they work for. But I'd like to move more towards that model where we have people
So
invested
hold on.
in the
So
interest of their own production.
you're okay with the idea of investment. Do you have to work at that company in order to invest, or?
I think not in all cases. I think there's some public goods that would be nationalized you could invest in, but largely I would say yes, I'd want people to not be able to dictate the company or have large investments or equity in companies that they're not, invested in themselves through labor.
Well, let me walk you to where I'm at with it. Because I don't think
Yeah,
that
go ahead,
your
start.
heart is in the wrong place. I just think that it sounds like that you're saying that you want to get rid of shareholders, but at the same time, you seem to be okay with shareholders. So like, in my opinion, what I would say is instead have like strong worker unions. And I think like if you have over 50 employees, the workers are required to be a part of a union.
I'd argue that the point of a union is largely as an antagonistic force, and that the role that the union plays only exists as so far as there is like an antagonistic force between the capital owner. To give you the benefit of moving towards a model where it is more like worker democracy, is that the union role essentially goes away because it becomes wrapped into the foundation of the actual, company or corporation, because they are democratically, electing people as a process.
What have I like? I mean, I guess like I disagree. I don't think it's antagonistic. I think it's inherently it's democratic and worker rights are ensured. If that means that the workers have some push, have representation, then I'm perfectly okay with that. If you consider that to be antagonism.
Well, I would say that they're antagonistic towards the capital owner, because the whole point of a union is to fight for the protection of the rights of the workers of that corporation. I also,
So
I'm
we
kind of
don't want to
humorous
be
on-
antagonistic at all to the capital owner.
No, I'm saying that I'd rather create a system of production that just takes out the middleman, have the workers become the primary shareholders and democratically elect people within the corporation. So like,
Gotcha.
there wouldn't really be a need for the union at that point.
I mean, I
because it
just,
would be wrapped into the
I just disagree with, I guess, your logic here. I think there's nothing wrong with people that want to invest in a corporation. I'm okay with the idea of antagonism towards the capital owner. Any haggling or trading has some level of antagonism that happens. And I don't think you could actually have capitalism without there being a trade that occurs between party A and party B without the risk of coercion. The union enables the lack of coercion because all of the chips are on the owner's side. And by having a union, that removes that.
Well, I guess I have two arguments then. One would be that we've seen as of recent events, I don't know if you follow like Starbucks or the union busting efforts, that, you know, whether or not you want to reform the system of how unions can be sort of pressured
Yeah,
against.
like I would change the legal. I would
yeah.
change the legal framework that enable union busting to even be possible. I would not allow
that's
a
a big
single. I would not
problem.
allow a single state to be right to work or what is it? There's another term for it. There's right to work, and then there is the oh shoot, what is the at will state, at will employment.
Yeah, at will.
I disagree with at will as well as right to work. I believe all states need to have a base minimum union membership of any company that has more than 50 members.
I definitely agree. That's sort of one of my problems with the way it's done now, is because I feel like unions have proved to be somewhat ineffective in the modern
Yeah, they're
times.
ineffective because we've been dismantling them for decades. Of course, they're ineffective.
Yeah, exactly. And that's my point. I think like
Yeah.
there needs to be somewhat of an overcorrection there. But
Yeah.
I broadly agree with you, I think, on a lot of things. But I just think that there has to be a stronger incentive there, and I think that comes from, to some extent, the shareholders.
Well,
being the workers.
I would love to continue this conversation, but I've got about 10 minutes and I got to get started for this debate. I got to get everything up and running. So I appreciate you calling in, Luca.
Definitely. We'll have a good day. I'll try to watch as much of the debate as I can. But yeah, I think we probably agree on a lot of things. I would just probably overcorrect from your perspective.
Are you subscribed?
Yeah, I am subscribed. So yeah.
Thank you, Luca. Appreciate it. You have a great day, and I hope you enjoy the debate.
You too. All right, bye.
Hell yeah, let's go. All right, let me just make sure I got all my ducks in a row. Let me hide my notepad because it's got all my secrets. It's got all my secrets. I don't want you to see my secrets until we're ready. All right, hold on. Let me just pull up. Let me do the Noah's Ark. And then do the slide from the beginning. Oh, let's put on some music while we chill. All right, hold on. From beginning. All right, hold on. I should be able to see PowerPoint. It's hard to see with these glasses. I apologize. PowerPoint. Where's my PowerPoint? Is my PowerPoint not there? Hey, yo, my PowerPoint's not... No, it's right here. Hold on. Zibbity zibbity. Get off my property. All right. We're ready to go. Let's see here. Saying William Price saying, is Kent Hovind the dude that says interlocutor over and over? No, I don't think so. No, I would say. All right, well, we've got the slideshow. William Price's eye reveal. I always have. I show my eyes all the time. I got blue eyes. Look. But the reason, I feel like the reason why I like to wear glasses is because I got really dark circles under my eyes and it just drives me crazy. But you can see I've got blue eyes. I like to blame the fact, I think it's probably genetics, just having looking really tired all the time. Anyway, just gonna keep those on. All right, let's should we join? Should we start the debate? Let's see. He's kind of corny at debating, but you should still prepare yourself. I haven't listened to Kent Hovind since I hated him, and he's okay now. William Price says, very nice blue eyes. Thank you. William says, he's been doing this for years. Yep. Lunth says, pole shift used to be a conspiracy theories, but these days they just track it using science. All good. It's to read AI. What? The sunglasses are like an iconic look for you. It sets you apart from the other debaters. I agree. Excadriller says, bro, Brian Shapiro is getting mad for Warren Smith's titles on his videos is so funny. All right. Let's get started. We're about to get started, chat. All right, let's get speakeasy. All right, hold on. Entering the studio. Ooh, start up the virtual camera. We're going to do main. You should debate WLC. Who's WLC? Don't assume I know these people. I don't know these people. Do not automatically adjust the microphone volume. I will murder you. I will murder you in broad daylight. Do not do that to me. Do not do that to me. All right. I think we're ready to start and enter the studio. And we're going to just show Chrome. Though I think I'm going to like maximize it on the side. Oh, wow. Well, let me adjust that, I guess. We'll have to change it later, but, you know, hey. Hey, who am I? Though I will adjust this later. I'm going to adjust this later to where you're just going to see Kent Hovind and none of this extra stuff. So you'll see. I pray God reveals himself to all. Good luck first. Yeah, I don't believe in any of that crud. Sorry. I don't believe in any of that. I don't believe in it. I don't believe in it. Let me also just, we're going to copy this Chrome and put it on top. Chrome. All right. Then we're just going to, I think like, you're going to see speakeasy down here, I guess. Yeah. Hey, speakeasy. How you doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you. I was muted.
Oh, you're loud. Holy crap, you're loud.
Oh, am I?
Yeah,
Hold
you're
up.
super freaking loud.
Sorry. I don't know why. Why did it do that? That's weird. Is that better?
Yes, much better.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Let me see. Hopefully that's all of. Okay, I can see Kent Hovind's stuff. Just gonna make Kent Hovind big, and I'm gonna put you small here on the corner here.
Do whatever you need to do.
There we go. That looks good. I like that. Looks good.
All right. I hope
no,
you
don't
both had a great
don't
day.
swap me. Don't swap me.
Oh, does it mess up the way you have it? Okay.
Yeah. Keep
I
him
can keep
on
it
the
like
right.
that.
Yeah,
That's fine.
appreciate it.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Chat, are they loud? Are they loud and I'm quiet? Or
Sounds good on my end, but yeah, sometimes when you're projecting.
oh no. You know what? I have my volume turned up a lot. I think I'm good. I'm good.
All right. Make sure got this ready. There. All right. Perfect. All righty. Let me do this. Alrighty. Okay. How are you guys doing on your ends there?
I look good. I think it's good.
Hey, doing great. So, Speakeasy, are you the moderator here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Awesome. Where do you live? Where are you located?
I'm in Toronto right now.
Okay.
Yeah. But I travel back and forth because
Just
I'm
use
a
the
dual
bathroom real quick.
citizen.
Okay, let's see. There.
I think he just stepped away to the washroom there.
All right, almost there. Just grabbing a drink.
All right, no problem, no problem.
Okay.
All righty. Just a quick reminder for you both how it goes. So you each get 10 minutes for your opening statements, and then 5 minutes to have an uninterrupted rebuttal each to respond to the opening statements, and then an hour of back and forth. And that's where you guys can cross-examine each other, and then 5-minute closing statements, and then we do a 30-minute Q&A. Both good for that?
It's great.
Seems like a long time for an old man, but I'll do my best. Okay.
But-
All right.
by the way, Kent,
I
should let you-
understand if you can't get through the Q&A or anything, if you don't have the time and energy for it, no problem.
I actually
just
have
let me know.
some. I had some paid questions specifically for Kent that people had asked last debate, but they did not have a chance. They paid some money to have me read it out to them. So I was hoping that Kent sticks out long enough, at least for those questions, minimum.
Sure.
Of course,
Sure. Okay.
hopefully speakeasies
I'll let
as
you
well, 'cause I know
ask
people
your
are paying
questions
for those.
first at the end there, Amanda.
Appreciate it.
No problem. No problem. And then, so since with this one, Kent, you're on the affirmative. You okay going first?
Sure.
All right. Awesome. So we got the structure there. And then, yeah, so when they start up, it'll just play my disclaimer, the little music and video to allow time for people to roll in here. And then I'll introduce the show, the prompt. I'll introduce you guys, and then we'll get right into opening statements. And I think that's it. You both good? No questions or anything?
Nope.
Good
Ready to
here.
go.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you both for being here. And good luck to you both. Let's have a great show.
Warning. The information shared in the
We're gonna not have that sound. Wow, what looks like Anthony Blinken just donated $5 saying, would aliens seeding us as a genetically engineered life fall under an interpretation of the Bible? Okay. I'm assuming that's a question for Kent Hovind. I'll add that to the list of questions. Lunth says a lot can happen in 6,000 years, but I think the time may be a mistranslation. 6,000 years or 6 billion years? What is time? Well, 6 billion is incorrect. It's 4.543 billion precisely. AWOL says, you're a hater. I'm going over to Speakeasy's channel long enough to hear the opening because that music is a banger. No, it's not. It's not. I promise you it is not. Don't trust me. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's not good. I promise you right now what we got, this Animal Crossing music you hear, much better. Promise you that. I mean, if you want, I'll go ahead and just for fun, just give it to you one more time. Here you go. We'll just turn off the, here we go. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never. Do you see how it's cringy? It's cringy, right? Please tell me you guys realize that it's pretty cringy. We're just gonna have music. Rainbow Ash says, AWOL says it's a banger for, no, it's not. You are lying. There's no way you think that that's good. There's no way. Rainbow says, turn it off. All right, don't worry. I'll put it back on as soon as that's over. Though I have to remember to pause the music. My music, the Edge music. Warrior metal is much better. Oh my god. All right, so I think we're almost. Rainbow says, ow, my ears are bleeding. Yeah, and it's like 3 minutes long. It's long. It's a long. All right, I think we're.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeasy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statement, followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals. After that, we enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate where arguments clash, the iron can sharpen the iron, and then finally each side will deliver a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. When that's done, we move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'll get the Q&A in the chat for you guys there, but keep in mind the Super Chat, PayPal, and Cash App questions will get priority. So if they fill up the entire 30 minutes, we may not get to those the chat questions. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through one of the priority options. And then once the formal debate wraps up, we open the doors for a open panel chaos and chill. This is where the community can hop in, ask follow-ups if the debaters choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. Today's debate prompt: can Noah's Ark be defended historically and scientifically? And representing the affirmative, we have a man who has spent decades in the trenches of this very debate. Whether you agree with him or strongly oppose him, there's no denying his impact on these conversations. A longtime Christian evangelist and one of the most recognizable defenders of young earth creationism in the modern era. Known for his rapid-fire style, relentless energy, and willingness to debate virtually anyone, he has challenged mainstream evolutionary theory on stages across the world. From documentaries to lecture halls, from viral debates to packed conferences, he's built a reputation as someone who doesn't back down from intellectual conflict. We have Dr. Kent Hovind. Thank you for joining us, and you can find his link in the description below. And representing the negative tonight, we have 1stAmender, known for his hot news discussions, political debates, and the 1stAmender call-in show. It's a show right here on YouTube that he's done. He's built a name by diving into today's biggest headlines, taking on challengers live, and never shying away from the smoke. and you can find his channel linked in the description below as well. With that being said, we are going to move into opening statements. Kent is going to be the affirmative, so Kent is going to go first. Whenever you're ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
I'm ready to go. Sounds great. Thank you for having me on tonight. I'm honored to defend the Bible. I believe the Bible is literally true and scientifically accurate. My name is Kent HOVIND. I've been a Baptist preacher 52 years. I taught high school science and math for 15 years. We are in Lenox, Alabama, straight north of Pensacola, 70 miles, where we have a Christian camp called Dinosaur Adventureland. It's all free. You're welcome to come. 140 acres of lots of fun stuff to do. We'd love to have you. We have all kinds of channels we broadcast on. Let's see, Rumble, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, our own app, KentHovind.tv. So please tune in if you'd like for those. Okay. Yes, I do believe the Bible is literally true and scientifically accurate. The world's best-selling book, the Bible, is absolutely by far 5 to 7 billion copies that are known that have been printed of this book. This book clearly teaches there was a worldwide flood, and Noah built a big boat and saved everybody, 2 of each creature, 2 of each land-dwelling, air-breathing with nostrils creature, and 8 people on the ark, his family. So yes, I think when you get the world's best-selling book claiming something, never been refuted, people may not want to believe it, but that's too bad. I mean, the Bible clearly says there was a flood. Jesus referred to Noah as a real person. So you have quite a few references in history to this. Yes, I do believe it was a worldwide flood. Let me get up to slide number. There are many flood legends, okay, like many of them. The Bible teaches that before the flood, the people lived to be 900 years old. After the flood, you see Shem, he only lived to be 600. And then Shem's son Arphaxad, born 2 years after the flood, lived to be 438. But Shem, I'm sure they would ask questions when they're after the flood. Hey, Grandpa, why are we the only people in the whole world? Shem lived long enough to tell the story of the flood to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Many, many, many generations. This book said there are 270 flood legends. It's now over 500 that have been discovered. In Hawaii, they teach long after the death of Kunihana, the first man, the world became a wicked, terrible place to live. One good man left. His name was Nu'u. He made a great canoe with a house on it and filled it with animals. The waters came up over all the earth and killed all the people. Only Nu'u and his family were saved. That's the Hawaiian legend. Flood legends are widespread narratives found in cultures across the globe that describe a massive deluge, often sent by deity to destroy civilization or purify humanity. These stories frequently share common elements. A warning to be specific to a specific individual, i.e. Noah, the construction of a vessel for survival, i.e. the ark, and eventual repopulation of the earth. Yep. Scope and origins estimates suggest over 500 flood legends worldwide. They're all civilizations, as well as in America, as well as oral traditions among the indigenous people, where sometimes they don't even have a system of writing. They pass on their stories. Okay? The Epic of Gilgamesh is an example. One ancient Chinese classic called Hai King tells the story of Fu Hai. The Chinese say he's the father of their civilization. The story says Fu Hai, his wife, 3 sons, and 3 daughters escaped a great flood. He and his family were the only people alive on Earth, and they repopulated the world. The Toltec Indians in Mexico have a legend that says the first world lasted 1,716 years. That's interesting. If you look at the Bible dates, which are clearly given right there in Genesis, from the creation up until the flood, was 1,656 years. So they're only 50 years off. Not bad for a legend, 4,500 years old. A great flood covered the mountains. Only one family named Coxcox survived. That's the legend of the Toltec Indians. 1656 were the dates the Bible give. Flood, Wikipedia. Flood myths, they call it myths. They're wrong. It's flood stories, okay? Recounting of the story. Are common across a wide range of culture. In the Bronze Age, Neolithic prehistory, sometimes global in scale, usually sent by a deity to destroy civilization as an act of divine retribution. In Africa, although the continent has relatively few flood legends, African culture is preserving an oral tradition of a flood, including, and the names of a bunch of people, you can look them all up. There are 500 of these flood legends. Why? It's real simple. There was a flood, a worldwide flood. There's no reason to build a big boat if it's a local flood. Just have your deity tell you to move. Okay, let's see. A whole bunch of them from the Native American Indian legends. You can Google them all, read them. They all have all these strange similarities. All over the world, we find rounded rocks. If you put rocks in a rock tumbler, they come out round. They call it river rock. This is worldwide. I live in a gravel pit in Lenox, Alabama, with 7 layers of gravel that go from Alabama to North Carolina. And the rocks are smooth, rounded, indicating they were tumbled. It's an example of gravel from our gravel pit here. Why would there be layers of gravel going for 500 miles? Rounded gravel. Well, during the flood, the earth is turning under the moon. The moon's gravity is pulling the tide up, dropping it down, pulling it up, dropping it. Well, if the tide were uninterrupted on the earth, they've done studies on this. If it weren't for all the continents, disturbing the tide would become harmonic. And you would have a harmonic tide on the earth going up and down 200 feet every 6 hours, 12.5 minutes. That means the water's rushing sideways in to fill that 200-foot bump every 6 hours, 12.5 minutes. That's what made all the layers to the earth. That's what made all the rounded gravel. That's where all the fossils got in there. That's why the fossils are sorted a little bit. You tend, sorted based upon body density or habitat. Petrified clams have been found probably by the billions, certainly by the billions. We've probably got 1,000 of them here in our museum. Petrified clams in the closed position had to be buried alive, buried fast. If the water's coming up 200 feet and coming in at whatever your latitude is here at 31 degrees north, Lenox, coming in at 900 miles an hour is the speed we're turning around the earth. Water going sideways at 900 miles an hour for an hour to fill that bump would bury the clams alive and in under 50 or 100 feet of mud in seconds. Petrified closed clams are found on top Mount Everest. Giant oysters are found in the Himalaya Mountains, 11-foot oysters. And the world record today is 14 inches. So I think the overwhelming evidence historically is that there was a flood. We have lots of legends. We have the world's best-selling book claiming there was. We have the creator of the universe himself, God, claiming that there was a worldwide flood. Ark landed someplace in Turkey right there. Noah, the Turkish have a sign up, Noah's big boat. You drive right up to it, 5 kilometers. The Bible says it rested in the mountains of Ararat. So I'm a strong believer that it's been discovered, and they're over there excavating things on it now, doing ground-penetrating radar. There's the right size, 515 feet long. It's just what the Bible story says. Let's see. Here's Mount Ararat. The ark apparently landed there, now near there, and mudslides over the centuries have pushed it downhill. And it slid down in the mud, tore the bottom off, the keel. There's what's left of Noah's Ark from Life magazine. What's that, 80 years ago or 60 years ago? So yes, I think there's overwhelming evidence historically and actually with archaeology. They're finding the boat. Why would there be a 450-foot boat 2 miles above sea level in the mountains of Turkey? I think that's it. Ron Wyatt was a good friend of mine. He did a lot of research there. He found it and published it. His research, he died years ago, but the ark has collapsed on itself, folded out to the side. They call it splay, S-P-L-A-Y. Old ships do that when they fall out to the side. And that's it. I've held pieces of it in my hand. They had brass and iron before the flood, so the ark was actually bolted together with large rivets in places where it needed it. Noah, being 600 years old, would be smart enough to know, hey, build it where it's going to last. The boat was not designed to go anywhere. It was designed to float and land. I believe Noah's Ark is probably a box shape like this. That's what the people who've seen it say. Just a box shape. And it had big rocks hanging over the side called drogue stones. They've been found. 23 of these giant rocks have been found. Drogue stones, anchor stones they call them. I'll show you pictures of them here. So Noah's Ark, the Turkish government built a visitor center right there by the place. Go over there and see it if you'd like. So it's the right size according to the Bible. And here's these giant rocks. Why would there be 23 so far that they found? Who knows how many there are? 9,000-pound rocks with holes in the top. Some of them have crosses carved on the side. Apparently the Crusaders went through there and said, yep, that's it. The low level of the Sea of Galilee exposed lots of anchor stones. It's a common practice to put rocks in your boat when it gets stormy, throw the rocks overboard with a rope on it, and it'll keep the boat stable. So anyway, yes, I think there's overwhelming evidence that there really was a flood. There really was a Noah's Ark. There's lots of legends about that. And there's the real story from the Creator himself in the Bible. So I think my time's up. But yes, I believe with the debate.
You got 1 minute.
Okay. Yeah. If there were rocks hanging over the boat called drogue stones, that would keep it stable. And if it really, really gets windy, stormy, we don't know that it ever did, it would turn the boat perpendicular to the waves. The rocks would drag, creating a drag. Water is 80 times more viscous than air. So it's more practical to have something in the water to turn your boat than it is something above, like a sail or like that. Okay. One guy, atheist I debated, said you can't have a boat that size. They built the biggest one It had 6 masts and it's twisted so bad it leaked all the time, the Wyoming. Well, Noah's Ark didn't have any masts, okay? It wasn't designed to sail anywhere. It's designed to float and land. That's it. So 300-foot long ship could probably break in the middle, not if you have moon pools. Our Ark here, we have 5 moon pools in ours. I believe Noah's Ark had moon pools, walls built up inside. The water goes up into the boat part way every time you hit a wave. And that water is all fresh water. Whole world was fresh water at the time of the flood. And so we'll talk about that next time.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to 1stAmender. 1stAmender, whenever you're ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
I appreciate it. Just give me one quick second. I got to move some stuff around. Appreciate your patience while I do that. Hold on. And I'm just going to share my screen. Share screen. And then we're going to just choose the window. Should be this one. Are you able to maximize that? We good?
There you go. And then I'll start the timer up with your voice. And I'll let you know when there's a minute left if you are getting close.
All right. Just writing down the time. Okay, I'm ready. Okay, so the questioner is, can Noah's Ark be defended historically and scientifically? The answer is no. And this is a debate with 1stAmender versus Kent HOVIND. So I wanted to start with the Epic of Gilgamesh synopsis. This would have been in the circa of the 3rd dynasty of Ur in 2100 BCE. The Epic of Gilgamesh begins about a king by the name of Gilgamesh. He's described in the story as part divine and part human, but abuses his power and tyrannizes his people. The gods respond by making a wild man named Enkidu to challenge him. Instead of remaining enemies, Gilgamesh and Enkidu become friends after fighting each other. Together they embark on heroic adventures such as the defeat of Humbaba, a guardian monster of the cedar forest, and killing the Bull of Heaven, sent by the goddess Ishtar after Gilgamesh rejects her advances. The gods punish them for their arrogance by condemning Enkidu to death. Death becomes the emotional center of the story and the beginning of the account of the epic. Gilgamesh is devastated and is obsessed with escaping death itself. He journeys onward to find Utnapishtim, a man granted immortality after surviving a great flood sent by the gods. Utnapishtim tells him of a great story of Gilgamesh. The gods decided to flood the world and destroy humanity. One god secretly warned him. He built a massive boat to survive the flood. He brought animals and family aboard. The flood wiped out civilization. The boat eventually came to rest on a mountain. Birds were released to find land. This may sound familiar to the Noah's account and likely to the origination of the flood myth. The Genesis flood narrative, earliest compositions, date back to roughly the 5th century BC, with its inspirations further back, 500 BC to 2100 BC. This would be 500 to 2000 years older than Noah's flood. What inspired the story? The historical evidence. There was significant regional floods in prehistory. For example, we have the Black Sea deluge. Geologists that were around 5,000 that were proposing roughly around 5,600 BCE. The rising Mediterranean Sea breached the Bosporus Strait. This caused a catastrophic inundation of the Black Sea. The sudden flood would have displaced countless farming communities, cementing the event into oral history that eventually evolved into the biblical narrative. There is also the Tigris and Euphrates river valleys. Archaeologists discovered thick layers of silt in ancient Mesopotamian cities like Ur, dating to around 2900 BCE. This indicates a massive, devastating river flood that would have felt world-ending to the isolated local populations of the time. A localized ancient flood is historically possible. However, a global flood is scientifically implausible. The geological record, biodiversity, and biogeography simply do not support every animal on Earth migrating to the Middle East and then redistributing worldwide afterward. Example, koalas did not walk from Australia to Noah's Ark eating eucalyptus leaves the entire way. Ergo, historically, a global flood did not happen. But what does the science say? It is scientifically false on just about every single metric. For example, ice cores, both in Greenland and Antarctica, there appear to be layered records going back hundreds of thousands of years with no global flood interruption. There are tree rings or dendrochronology, continuous overlapping sequences greater than 10,000 years in places with no global reset layer. We also have sedimentary layers of the fossil record showing an orderly, time-consistent deposition, not a single chaotic mixing event worldwide. We also have varves, or lake sediment layers, annual layers of stacking of uninterrupted for tens of thousands of years. Rather than go through all of this evidence, as it is too much to cover, I want to hammer down on ice cores. How thick is a single layer? In areas of heavy snowfall, like parts of Greenland, a single year can measure tens of centimeters thick. In very dry regions, like the high-altitude interior of Antarctica, it may be less than a centimeter. Ice cores, just by thickness, given a 2,800 meter representing thousands, if almost a million years of Earth's climate history due to the compression of ice. If a global flood did happen, then we ought to observe a consistent layer throughout all ice cores at roughly the same dating point. In order for the flood account to be correct, the following methods of dating should all fall in line: ice cores, tree rings, coral growth bands, lake varves, radiometric dating, plate tectonics, fossil succession, biogeography, genetics. All of these independently point toward a very old Earth with no recent global reset. But we don't. Sorry, the global flood did not happen, historically, scientifically, or whatever. You can follow me on YouTube for more debunking nonsense claims, youtube.com/@1stAmender. Appreciate you guys.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we are going to get into the rebuttal round. So this isn't no interjections yet. This is just 5 minutes for each debater to respond directly to the other's opening statement. And then after that, we'll get into the open floor. So we're going to hand the mic back to Kent. Kent, whenever you're ready for your 5-minute rebuttal, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate this. And yes, you did good research, finding there are flood stories that have been told before Genesis. Excellent. What does that prove? Somebody told the story before God had it written down for Genesis. That's all. Doesn't prove they're right. Doesn't prove there wasn't a flood. The fact, see, if you look at a timeline of history, I've got one here, the same big one behind me here. 6,000 years ago, God made the world. There was a big flood 4,400 years ago. Then we got Abraham, Moses. Moses actually put together the book of Genesis from 10 eyewitness accounts. Watch my video on my seminar series. You can get them on drdino.com. There were 10 eyewitness records that were put on clay tablets, probably. That was the custom back then, and baked in the sun, and they last for centuries. Moses had access, being vice pharaoh, to the largest library in the world in Alexandria, the Egyptian library at the time. He would have taken these tablets of eyewitnesses. Noah actually wrote part of Genesis. God had to write the first chapter. Adam wrote a couple chapters. It's all in look for the phrase, these are the generations of. So Moses was almost 1,000 years after the flood when he actually put all together from the eyewitness accounts, which would have been written throughout the whole time. So Genesis, you're right. Genesis was written after some other people had already written stories about it. Doesn't prove anything as far as the veracity of the biblical account. Actually, it helps prove it's true. Many people are going to be talking about that flood. So you are right that the Gilgamesh epic is older than Genesis. You are wrong to say that proves the Genesis story not true. I don't know if I can help you on that. As far as the layers of the earth proving anything, I taught earth science 15 years. I'd be glad to debate you on this. In 200 years ago, in 1830, they made up the absolutely stupid idea that the layers of the earth form vertically and the top layer is younger, as if, materials being added to the earth from outer space or something. The layers form horizontally as the tide washes in and out, called tidal pumping. You watch the video, Experiments in Stratification, been out for 50 years, I think, showing as the tide comes up and down, the water's rushing in and out, the layers form horizontally. How can that dirt be younger than that dirt? Where did it come from? Is it coming from outer space? If there's any sorting to the fossils that are buried in there, they all came from the flood. Just the tide lifting the water up and down would reshuffle the fossils. You can, if you buried a fish, amphibian, reptile, and mammal in muddy water and shake the jar up, they would settle out into that layer. Fish, amphibian, reptile, mammal. That's a matter of body density, and it's nothing to do with evolution. Nobody's ever seen any animal in the world produce babies other than their kind. Cows always have baby cows. There are no exceptions. You can imagine it's different if you want, but these family tree charts that the evolutionists pray to is pure imagination. They want all the animals coming from an amoeba. There's no evidence of this at all. It's a religion. And you can believe it. I don't care if you believe that, but don't call it science. So yes, the Gilgamesh epic, the ice cores. If you watch my video number 1, I go through I went to the guy who dug out the airplanes, the Lost Squadron. He drilled the holes down to get to them. They've been down there 48 years. He said he's in Middleborough, Kentucky. They fly the plane around that they rescued from there, the P-38, Lost Squadron. LostSquadron.com, I think, is their website. Anyway, I said, when you drill down to get to those airplanes, did you go through rings of ice? He said, yeah, dark, light, dark, light. I said, they're teaching the kids, those are summer, winter, summer, winter, summer, winter. He said, no, it's warm, cold, warm, cold, warm, cold. When it gets warm, the layer melts on top, refreezes, makes clear ice. When it doesn't get cold, when it doesn't warm, when it gets warmed up above freezing, then when it stays below freezing, the snow compacts and you get compacted ice called firn, glacial firn, okay? Eskimos have, I think, 30 different words for snow. They don't have a lot to talk about up there. But the ice rings, he said there were hundreds of rings above the airplanes. I said, sir, the airplanes were down there 48 years. We know that. How do you get hundreds of annual rings in 48 years? His name is Bob Carden. He said, who told you those are annual rings? That's not annual rings. It's warm, cold, warm, cold, warm, cold. Watch my video number 1 for more on that. The ice rings are not evidence the Earth is millions of years old. The layers to the Earth are not evidence of that. The tree rings. The only way they get these, the biggest, oldest tree living today is 4,300, which is since after the flood. Of course, some trees might have survived the flood. I mean, if they're only underwater for a few days or weeks, they can survive just fine. But there might have been some trees that went through the flood and came out just fine. The purpose of the flood was not to kill the trees. It was to kill the animals and the people, and it did. So yes, I'm sorry. Sedimentary layers, ice cores, koala bears. I don't have enough time to cover that one. Can I do it? 1stAmender, come visit Dinosaur Adventureland. I'll give you a tour. We can do the debate right here live, take all the time to answer all your questions, if you really want an answer. But no, Noah's flood story is absolutely true. You're wrong. I'm right. I win.
Thank you for that 5-minute rebuttal. And with that, we're going to hand the mic back to 1stAmender. Whenever you're ready for your 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal, I will start the timer up with your voice.
I'm ready. So what Kent HOVIND said, he said that the Bible is literally true. No, it's not. The Earth is 4.543 billion years old. There is no geological evidence for a worldwide flood. The Tower of Babel did not cause languages. Adam and Eve are not the first humans. There is no strong archaeological evidence for millions of Israelites wandering the Sinai for 40 years. The sun does not stand still. Mustard seeds are not the smallest seeds. Bats are not birds. Pi is implied as 3 when it is not 3 in 1 Kings of 7:23. The Gospels disagree on what details and such and who visited the tomb, when they arrived, what they saw. There's contradictory genealogies of Jesus. Matthew and Luke gave different ancestries for Jesus, and rabbits do not chew cud like ruminants. You said that tide goes up and down 200 feet. No, it does not. Fossils are sorted based on long epochs of time. They are not sorted layer by layer, but rather in a sudden mix of things. Should it be a flood account, we do not see a mix. We see clean layers across geologic epochs. You said that it has been that the Noah's Ark has been discovered at Ararat. This area has actually been abandoned, as they found that they used divining rods to find the spokes, only to find that there was no wooden spokes, but just more rock. Even the museum has abandoned their location, knowing that it does not exist. We found over 23 drogue stones, yet for whatever reason, the model that you're holding not only does not match whatever the heck that they're saying, but you also have your model having 8 stones, yet they somehow found 23 drogue stones. So what is it? Is it 8 or 23 drogue stones? Flood stories told before. Yeah, that shows that it is likely inspired mythology. Localized floods would have been seen as a worldly flood if people are localized. The book of Genesis was made by 10 people with Adam. No, it wasn't. The earliest known account of Genesis combined the way we expect was around 5 BCE, not 2100 BCE, which is when the Mesopotamian epic exists. You taught earth sciences for 15 years. No, you did not. You were a preacher teaching children indoctrination, not science. Where did the dirt come from? Mountains, volcanoes, riverbanks, coastlines, exposed rock, and weathered by the elements. This eroded material gets transported and deposited elsewhere over millions of years. The sediments accumulate into thick layers that lithify into sedimentary rock. Examples: the Himalayas are still eroding today. Rivers carry enormous amounts of sediment into the oceans every single year. The oldest living trees, 4,300 years. That's wrong. There is an unnamed bristlecone pine over 5,000 years old. Anyway, that's all I have.
Oh, all right. All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. So that's going to wrap up the rebuttals. Great rebuttals from both sides. Before we move into the open hour back and forth, if you're watching right now, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and go subscribe to both debaters. Okay, the links are in the description, and we host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reasons, whether it's politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, religion, anywhere reasoning and passion can collide. We put it in the arena. So if you enjoy the format, make sure you stay locked in because we have a lot more coming. Also, a reminder for the live chat after the closing statement. We'll be doing a 30-minute Q&A. So I put the Q&A in there for you guys. But remember, Super Chats, PayPal, and Cash App questions will get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to those ones. So if you have something you really want answered, send it through one of the priority options. And finally, thank you to both our debaters for being here tonight and bringing your perspectives to the arena. Whenever one of you is ready to start the open floor exchange, just go ahead and jump in, and I will start the timer up with your voice.
I'm sure ready. First Amender, last time we had this debate, you apparently didn't read the title to the debate. You're supposed to the origin of life and the dispersion of life. This one's about Noah's Ark. Why would you bring up contradictions in the Bible? Whether I taught or not, whether the Bible's true, whether the sun stood still, genealogies, nothing to do with the topic. Stay on topic, son. Okay, is the Noah's Ark story true? I taught her science 15 years, whether you like it or not. I don't care if you like it or not. I did.
Because the Bible is you said that the Bible is literally true. I was just providing my rebuttal. It's not literally true, and I gave multiple instances where it is not literally true. So, can Noah's Ark be defended historically? No, absolutely not. So I understand that you reject carbon dating, so I can't use carbon dating, and I also cannot use radiometric dating. Fine. Fair enough. Maybe we don't know, based on your metric, the exact age of an ice core. Great. Fabulous. However, what we should observe, whether we dig in Greenland or if we grab ice cores in Antarctica, we should see at roughly the same layer a giant flood. But we don't see that. Why?
Well, all of the layers, all of them, formed at the beginning of the flood when the ice canopy that used to protect the world was collapsed. Many people have legends of the earth having a dome over the top of the atmosphere. The Bible says there was water above the firmament where the birds fly. I'm a strong believer in what's called the crystal canopy theory. There were 2 or 3 fingers of ice, thick layer, completely surrounding the world, held up either by air pressure, like an inflatable building, which would have done just fine, or by the magnetic field. Because you get ice cold enough, it becomes magnetic. When that got shattered at the beginning of the flood, it got sucked in and dumped mostly on the North and South Pole. So there was a rapid snowfall at the North and South Pole of super cold ice, explaining why so many mammals and elephants and stuff are found frozen up there, mammoths and stuff like that. So yeah, frozen standing up. So yeah, the ice core dating, I think I can easily refute that. As far as tree ring dating, I don't know if I taught biology also, whether you believe it or not. And trees can produce more than 1 ring a year, sometimes 3 rings a year. And where they get those big numbers for the tree ring dating is by overlapping. They find a log one place, 100 miles away, find another tree still growing, look at the rings and say, wow, look, the pattern overlaps. So they overlap them to get these big numbers. I'm not aware of the one you're saying 5,000 years old, if it's an unnamed tree. But even then, if there was a tree 5,000 years old, it could have survived a flood. Trees survive floods all the time. If Noah was in the ark for a year, that does not mean the flood covered every square inch of water of the earth for a year. Some parts might have been covered for 2 weeks. How long would it take to drown somebody? So I think your Bible says at the end of time, scoffers would be willingly ignorant of the creation and
You
the
did
flood.
not answer my question even slightly. You're just going off on a gish gallop.
Oh, okay. Well, you got way off topic about Noah's Ark and the
Why do not we see floods, a consistent flood layer across all the ice cores?
Because all the ice cores were laid down at the same time in 1 year. They're not millions of years different. You wouldn't find a layer. All the layers are indication of a flood. That's like a flea standing on a dog saying, look at all these hairs. Where's the dog?
So again, we don't observe a layer at the beginning. We don't observe a layer in the middle. We don't observe a consistent layer in the end. We don't observe it. It's not there. So if what you're saying is true, then we ought observe that. But we don't see that. Why?
You're completely missing the point. All of the layers are the evidence of one big flood. You're assuming they took thousands of years to look. No, they didn't. All of them happened at once. Get a jar of dirt, rocks, gravel, sand, and water, shake it up. It'll set down into 20 layers for you quickly. Well, where's the evidence of each of these forming separately? They all form at the same time.
Let me try.
Water moving horizontally forms layers, 10 layers at a time. They don't form vertically. They form horizontally. You're stuck with what you were taught, apparently, with a dumb
Let me try it this way. Let me try it this way, because obviously, for whatever reason, it's not sticking to you. Are you able to show that on screen?
Oh, yep. I can bring that up for you, sir. Yeah.
So interestingly, what you can see with ice cores is a year-on-year change because of the way seasons work. And you could see very clearly where years end and begin. And not only that, I mean, we don't have to worry about the dating at all, because obviously you just reject that. But we can clearly see years here. Do you agree that this is what you see, or that there are, or do you think that this all happened at once?
Listen carefully. The dark and light rings. Talk to the people who dug the airplane out. Go to the National Ice Core Laboratory where they store these cores that you're relying on. They've cores from Greenland, cores from the south near the South Pole.
I don't need to rely on a core that's in a lab somewhere. We could just dig up a core anywhere, and we don't see a consistent flood layer.
You're missing the point. All of the layers came from one flood. Now, the guy who dug out the
I don't
airplane,
understand it. We could clearly see multiple layers.
I agree. There are multiple layers.
So then how is it one layer?
The seasonal, you can get, the guys who dug the airplane out said you can
I
get
agree,
5
it's
layers in
seasonal.
one
That's
day.
why you see individual layers. Yes.
Here.
So it's
Read
a
about the
year by
Lost
year
Squadron.
thing.
Right here. Talk to Bob Cardin. I'll put his phone number up here. Right here. Middleborough,
I
Kentucky.
don't care what Carter says. I'm saying you can physically see the layers.
I know. He saw them. He drilled them.
So
all
how
down
is
to
it
get to
one
the
big
airplane.
layer? You even agreed that
48.
it was. You even agreed that it was seasonal. Yes, I agree. That's why you see differences in the gradients, and it happens on a year by year basis. We have. We're aware that, hey, a year is this big, for example, and the dang ice core is 2.5 kilometers long.
Right.
So then how is the Earth 6,000 years old based on the Noah's account?
Well, Bob told me, Bob Cardin, here's his website. I don't have it. They went 62 feet down, and he had a piece of plywood left from the 1983 expedition 8 years earlier. It had, in 8 years, it got 8 feet every year. So the ice cores accumulate much faster than you care. They're not annual layers. They still call them annual layers in Scientific American. They're not annual layers. They're warm, cold, warm, cold, warm, cold. I think the majority of the ice was dumped off at the time of the flood, and there's been many layers added since then. They have winter at the North Pole and winter at the South Pole and warm weather. But I said, Bob, when you dug down to get to the plane, did you go through layers of ice? He said, yeah, many hundreds of them. There's this quote here. There are many hundreds of layers of ice above the plains. They landed 48 years earlier.
If we dug, hold on. So you're saying that you're getting 8 feet a layer.
Just let Ken finish his thought there, and then
okay. You said
already the math doesn't check out.
Right. You kept saying they're annual layers. How do you get hundreds of annual layers in 48 years? What kind of math is that?
What?
I bet you went to public school, didn't you? Okay. How do you get hundreds of annual layers in 48 years?
You would
guy who
not
dug
get
it out said
hundreds
that
of
was-
annual layers for 48 years. You would not.
Yay, you're getting it. There's hope, a light at the end of the tunnel. Okay. The layers are not annual. They're not.
But
It's
they
got
are.
proof of that.
You just agreed that they were seasonal.
Oh my goodness, you just subscribe. Wink.
Did you
You
not
can have
agree
a
that they
warm-
were seasonal?
Listen to me. You can have a warm day and the top will
Oh my
melt and
goodness, you
refreeze as
just
clear ice.
subscribe.
Then you get
Wow.
cold night and it freezes
All right.
and compacts as white ice.
So
They're
you're
not annual layers. How do you get hundreds in the? They went 62 feet down, and this is they did 1999. So in
yeah.
16 years, they said there were 8 feet per year of ice accumulated on top of this plywood that they left from the last expedition. Call Bob.
Are
Here,
you
there's a
aware?
lost
Yeah, I
squadron.
don't care what Bob says. Are you aware
did.
that
I know you
ice
don't care what
cores
real
get
research
more and
says.
more? Are you aware that ice cores get more and more compressed as they go down?
Oh, yeah.
Right, because of the
That's correct.
pressure.
Right.
So again,
And
how is it
changes-
one layer and one flood? That doesn't make any sense.
I agree. Most of it, like I said, most of it was laid
Wait,
down.
do
at the
you
beginning
agree
of
to
the
that?
flood.
That
I'm
it
trying to
doesn't
explain.
make any sense.
Most of the ice at the North and South Pole were laid down at the beginning of the flood. Since then, it's been 4,400 years of seasons
Yeah.
creating more layers.
Okay.
But the layers you can get 5 layers in one day. They're not annual. Is the point? We have living. I mean,
Yeah, it gets
clear-
more and more compressed. The more, but we can actually analyze the exact amount of depth that we get per year, and it's observational via the season. You simply do not get a year 8 feet. Maybe there's certain areas where you could get 8 feet if it were a particular area of very heavy snow, in which case that you could. But I'm telling you, we have dug ice cores 2,800 meters long.
Let me try to put it in simple language. You have not dug any ice cores. You have not done any of this. The guys who did it.
But
said they're not
scientists
annual
have, and
layers.
they provided
Well,
their
scientists
information and research.
Go
And
to
it goes
the
back
Lost
over a
Squadron.com.
million years.
Oh, yeah. Go to the lostsquadron.com. Those are the guys who actually did it. They said,
No,
you
your
get
boy
many
dug
hundreds of layers.
62 feet down and told you that they got 8 feet a year, which is empirically false.
No, that's what they told me. Here's we go.
All
They
right.
visited
Then
this
why
Bob
is it,
Cardin.
regardless of that fact, we still are stuck, even if we have a disagreement between your scientist and my scientist, none of that actually matters because it doesn't actually address the problem of my question. The problem is that what we ought be able to see is a clear flood layer across all the ice cores, all in the same spot, because it's a global flood. It should happen in Greenland as it does in Antarctica, but we don't observe that. We observe individual layers that are created from season to season, which for whatever reason, you've already agreed to it. We don't have to address any amount of dating. We don't have to address any amount of radiometry. We don't have to address any chemical makeup. We can literally see it year by year. It is not a consistent layer. We do not see a sudden mixing layer, which is what you would observe with any kind of flooding. So why don't we see that?
Well, first of all, you're way off topic. Read the topic. Can Noah's Ark be defended? You're not defending Noah's Ark. You're defending ice cores.
Can Noah's
But if the
Ark be defended historically and scientifically? So,
Yes.
so the problem
But the ice
is,
cores have
yeah,
nothing to do with that.
I'm asking about the ice cores because the
I'm
ice
answering it.
core would provide evidence for there being a global flood, but we literally do not observe that.
Okay. Are you aware that the deeper down they drill, the layers become so compressed, they become melted together, and you cannot tell the layers anymore?
Not
maybe
true.
Maybe the first.
Not true.
You've never dug an ice core in your life, son.
What?
Have you ever read a book
I
in your
showed
life?
you photos. You literally can
I'm showing
see
you
them
photos
for
of the guy who
yourself.
did it.
You could see
Here you
them
go.
for yourself.
Bob
I don't
Cardin
care.
up there.
Again, once again, we could sit there and then argue, hey, my scientist is wrong, your scientist is wrong. But again, we still should be able to observe a quote unquote flood layer across every single ice core in Greenland and Antarctica. We don't see it. We don't see it. It is not there. So it doesn't matter if we got a 2,800 meter or your 62 feet down one. We still need to be able to observe that quote unquote flood layer consistently throughout every single ice core. We don't see it. So why not?
Right. Let me read this. Here's just Googled a minute ago from search. Do ice cores compress so much the layers become one? Yes. Ice cores compress significantly as depth increases, causing annual layers to thin until they're no longer distinct. The upper parts of the core, annual limitations, are thick enough to be counted year by year. Even then, they're wrong. They're not annual layers. Ask the guy who dug the plane out. There were hundreds of layers.
Wait, hold on. What did you say that Google was wrong? You were sitting there proving me wrong with Google, and then it seemed to argue against your point.
This guy's desperate.
What do you mean? You said it. I didn't say it. You said it.
Listen to me. First of all, the rings, the layers are not annual rings, but the layers get compressed and they end up becoming solid. And so probably the first, I'll pick a number, the first 50% of the ice at the North and South Pole. Would you stop interrupting, please? What grade are you in, son? Stop interrupting, okay? The layers would compress to solid. Probably the first 1,000 feet of that ice might have been, I don't know, all dumped at one time in Noah's flood when the canopy collapsed. Since then, it's been 4,800 years, and we've had hundreds of thousands and thousands of layers on top of that. So where are you going to see the flood? The bottom 1,000 feet, I'm guessing. How deep is the the deepest hole they ever drilled is, I got it in here someplace. The deepest core they ever drilled is
2,800 meters.
Let's see. The deepest core, I've got it right here someplace. Okay, I believe you on that one. Let's see. But you're assuming that they're annual layers, summer, winter, summer, winter. They're not annual layers. They are warm, cold, warm, cold. You can get 3 of those in 1 week.
Okay.
They're not annual layers. You're stuck.
So hold on. So let's say if we have 2,800, if we were able to dig 2,800 meters and you're saying 8 feet per year, right? Is that what you said?
Let me try it one more time.
You said it was 8 feet a year. So that would be 2.6667 repeating, right? 2.66 repeating. If it were 8 years, that would mean that based on your calculations, the Earth is 1,000 years old. Is the Earth 1,000 years old, Kent?
You are way off track, son. What grade are you in now?
Once again, you said your boy, right, said that they got 8 feet a year. Did they not?
They said, no, they said the plywood that they left from they tried to dig out the planes one time, got down quite a ways, ran out of money, put plywood to cover the hole because they dug such a deep hole, and then left. These guys came from Middleborough, Kentucky, and continued the research. And they said it accumulated 5.5 feet a year.
Oh, it's now 5.5 feet. It wasn't 8. You said it was 8 earlier. Now it's 5.5. So what was it? Is it 5.5 or is it 8?
A gnat and swallow a camel. 62 feet down, they hit the plywood cover, left in 1983. I mean, it took 8 years, from 8 years earlier, to get 62 feet in 8 years is 8 feet a year. Get your calculator, take 62
What if I
divided by
told
8.
you that in Greenland...
I wouldn't believe anything you told me, son.
What if I told you in Greenland, we have visible ice cores, visible yearly seasonal ice cores that go back as far as 100,000 years. 100,000 years. And Antarctic ice cores have climate records extending 800,000 years. Again, even if you completely disregard the radiometric evidence and you disregard the carbon dating evidence, fine, fair enough. Then we ought to see a consistent mixing layer that is what we would observe with any flood account. We do not observe it, and it is not consistent from Greenland to Antarctica.
So you started off with the question, what if I told you? Okay, I would tell you that you're wrong, again, for the 40th time. They are not annual layers. You can prove that. The airplanes landed in World War II. When they dug them up, there were hundreds of layers of clear, milky that you think somehow are annual. Hundreds of them above airplanes that were only there for 48 years. Obviously, they're not annual layers. Duh.
So
when they went to hit the plywood for the previous one.
Hold on. Did an airplane crash or did it land?
They landed. A couple of them crashed. One flipped over. Nobody
So
was
they
hurt.
crashed.
They rescued all the
So
pilots.
they probably made a crater.
Oh, they dove right through that thousands of feet of ice. Yeah, and the pilots walked away
I
unscathed.
mean, I don't think that they would walk through thousands of feet of ice, but they're definitely getting through a few layers.
Well, you had the first part right. You don't think. Okay, here we go. The Lost Squadron
What?
covered by 263 feet. Here it is.
Also, what is this? What does this matter? None of this actually matters. Again,
I know.
like we can
Why-
observe we can literally
you not-
observe each and every season. We can observe it. It's there. We know it is a yearly. That we know it is a year because we can observe it at form every single year.
You're so far off the topic again. Like
No,
you did
it's
last
not off
time.
the topic.
Is-
The
this
reason
is
why I'm hammering in on ice
nothing to
cores
do with
is because
Noah's
it is
Ark.
direct evidence against Noah's flood.
The ice rings in Greenland, the Lost Squadron. Here we go. The Lost Squadron. The plane's flying today in Midland air shows. They were in the ice, under the ice for 48 years. They landed right on top of the snow, destroyed the plane enough where they had to rebuild the whole thing. But they landed, and if they had crashed, they would have nose first. Okay, the 48 years in the ice, 263 feet below the surface. These are the guys who dug it out. That's 5.5 feet a year for those planes. Sometimes you get more. Seasonal changes. If 10,000 feet is the deepest core they drilled, that'd be 1,800 years, not 100,000 years. The planes do not sink due to pressure because the planes are nose heavy. They would not be horizontal had they been sinking. Bob Cardin dug the plane out. Call him up, lostsquadron.com. Argue with Bob for a while. Maybe he can knock some sense into you. He said, look, there are hundreds of layers above the airplanes that were there for 48 years. How do you get hundreds of annual layers in 48 years? What kind of calendar do you have anyway?
Because of the flowing ice sheet in Greenland.
That's how you get more layers? So the
No.
The
reason why specifically the planes were under hundreds of layers was because that there was a giant ice sheet that went over it, landing it in hundreds of feet underneath of what you would expect. It's Greenland has moving ice all throughout. So yes, it gets hundreds of layers on top. It's completely expected glacial behavior. You don't get hundreds of feet in only 50 years. That hundreds of feet slowly moved over it.
So, just for clarity, Amender, are you arguing that the ice cores are direct evidence against like Noah's flood itself, or are you saying that the evidence for like a timeline?
So what we ought to observe, if we ignore,
let me ask the question. Is it that it's against Noah's flood itself, or is it like a timeline that conflicts with the global flood? Like, just for clarity.
Okay, so Noah's Ark and Noah's flood account specifically says that there was a global flood, and Kent HOVIND specifically states it's not a localized flood, it's a global flood. Therefore, we ought observe a flood layer pretty much everywhere, not just Antarctica, not just Greenland, but everywhere. Number one, we do not observe any global flood everywhere. Even if you completely ignore all carbon dating and all radiometric dating for specific dates and times, we still should be able to observe a consistent layer or a mixing layer that we ought to observe. And it doesn't matter what ice core or where we dig it up from Greenland, from Antarctica, we ought to observe a consistent layer that is like, hey, here's where the Great Flood happened. But we do not observe that. So even if we disagree on specific dates, it doesn't matter. We don't observe that consistent flood layer. It doesn't exist.
Okay, now what does that have to do with Noah's Ark?
Because if it doesn't exist, that means there was no global flood, Kent.
So why did Noah build that big boat then?
Noah built that big boat, I would imagine, because it came from an much older mythology. But there was no literal boat. It didn't happen. It's not real. It's a myth. The best thing that we have would likely have been created from some story from a very real localized flood.
So for a localized flood, they told somebody to build a boat, put all the animals on board to avoid a local flood. Why not tell them to move?
Why not tell
Be a
the?
lot easier
I don't
to
know.
move.
I don't believe in any God. It doesn't make any sense.
I can see that. I can see that. You need to.
But I would imagine if there was like a bunch of nomads and there is no real God, and that they observe rainfall and then a giant flood or whatever, they would probably say, God is after me. And they would see all of their farmland and their entire village be completely covered, and all the lands that they're aware of be completely covered. They would say, wow, there was a global flood. But in terms of archaeological evidence, we do not observe that. In terms of the ice cores, we do not observe that. It just does not exist. Koalas didn't suddenly make it all the way from Australia and shook hands with Noah and then make their way back. It doesn't make sense.
I can see that. I'll be glad to try to help you. Okay.
Please do.
Okay. I said the crystal canopy that used to protect the Earth was up in contact with outer space, which is absolute zero, close to absolute zero. At real low temperatures, ice becomes magnetic. I think the crystal canopy was held up by Earth's magnetic field and held up by inflatable building, like an air pressure. It got dumped on the North and South Pole. On the North Pole, it's an ocean, so you'd have trouble there, but the South Pole is land, Antarctica. You would get a layer of ice, I don't know, maybe the first 1,000 feet of it, I don't know. And then it would be solid. Then after that, there's been 4,400 years since then where layers are being deposited, and they're not annual. They're not even seasonal. They're temperature regulated. If it snows, and then you can say you get 5 feet of snow, which they often get in one storm, and then it gets warm the next morning. And today's warm for 6 hours. The top 2 inches are going to melt and refreeze and make clear ice. See, the clear ice indicates warm, not summer. You can get warm in the daytime and cold at night. That happens probably right where you live, okay? They keep calling them annual layers, and they're not. Can ice cores go back 80,000 years? No. Let's see. The thickness of each layer allows scientists to tell how much snow fell in a particular year. Ice cores, I'm sorry, this is not true. They're still claiming, icecores.org, that they correspond to years and seasons. They should know better. When you get hundreds of layers on top of an airplane that was there for 48 years,
I've already explained
something's
why.
wrong with your logic.
I've already explained how. It's a moving glacier. That's why that happened.
So a glacier slid
anyway,
over, the glacier slid over
okay,
the plane
all right. So
without
I wrote
crushing it.
down what you said. It's complete nonsense. You said the crystal canopy used to protect Earth, outer space somehow becomes magnetic, held up by Earth's magnetic field. It got north to the South Pole. South Pole, there's land, layers of ice. First 1,000 feet, then solid, then 4,400 years where layers have been deposited, not seasonal if it snows, 5 feet of snow, gets warm next morning, refreeze, makes clear ice, indicates warm, not summer, keep calling annual layers. Can ice cores go back 80,000 years? No, that's what you said. So here's the problem. Understanding what you just, trying to interpret what the hell you just said, what we ought to observe then is whatever this canopy is, it would have made a big giant layer at the bottom, and then would have been the yearly or seasonal, whatever you want to call it, layers after it. We still don't observe that. We still observe clear layered structure throughout every single ice core. So where's the flood, Kent?
You keep saying we, like you've done any of this research?
We, as in scientists, as in people.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, I'm sure you would imagine, I'm sorry, do you believe in, do you think nuclear weapons work? Do nuclear power plants work?
You're way off track now.
No, I'm just curious. I just want to be clear in your epistemology that you understand what you're saying. Do you think that nuclear power plants work?
You're way off topic for the flood. I taught
Do you think that nuclear power plants work?
Yes, we'll save that for another debate.
Okay.
Yes,
So if nuclear power plants work, have you seen a nuclear power plant functioning?
I've not been inside one. They've got pretty strict.
Okay, so so you don't know. So the answer is you don't actually know, right? By your logic, right?
Speakeasy, we need to cut this part of the. I asked if we can cut it down to 30 minutes instead of 60 minutes. This is hilarious. Okay. I'm showing you crystal clear evidence from the people who did the digging to get the planes out. They're not annual layers.
I've already explained to you. It was a glacier that flowed over it.
Without crushing the airplanes, a glacier flowed over these aluminum skin airplanes.
Well, it did crush it. It did crush it. It literally was crushed.
By the glacier sliding sideways.
No, the
did
glacier
not leave a
flowed
debris trail.
over it. That's why it was hundreds of feet deep by that point.
Okay. Okay, well, let's put Aristotle against you here. Aristotle said, if you're arguing against a book, the document gets the benefit of the doubt, called Aristotle's dictum. And the Bible clearly teaches there was a global flood, and there was an ark. And Noah built a big ark and saved 2 of the animals on board. So it's your job to prove it didn't happen. You haven't done that. I think you made a fool of yourself on some of this stuff. But the layers are not annual layers. You want to stick on ice rings, we can. Talk to the guy who dug the plane out. They landed, they ran out of gas in 1942. They just rescued the pilots, but they left the planes there. Locked in ice for about 50 years. Lost Squadron. There's a whole magazine about that, okay? There's where they landed, the crash site. They found them with ground-penetrating radar in 263 feet of ice accumulated on top in 48 years. That is a fact, and it's not a glacier sliding sideways. That would have left a lot of
literally
evidence.
explained it. I did. It's literally what we observed. That's what happened. Ice sheets are dynamic systems. They flow downward and they flow outward. Right. I agree. But again, even if you completely ignore specific dating or whatever, we still ought observe a consistent flood layer, but we don't observe it.
So real quick. So I think we've identified this disagreement here. You know, one side's arguing the flood should leave some consistent signature on the ice record, and the other is challenging either the expectation or interpretations of this evidence. So I just want to keep us moving and tie this back into the broader revolution. So if we could move resolution, if we could move on to another line of evidence, beyond ice cores, what do you see as the strongest historical or scientific evidence that's either for or against Noah's Ark?
Well, there's tons and tons of pieces of evidence outside of ice cores, which I mentioned early on my intro, but he disregards a majority of the scientific evidence. So knowing that he disregards, for example, carbon dating, and he also disregards radiometric dating, I can't actually use hardly any of them. I mean, do I have to pull up, say, for example, corals and the layering that occurs year by year by corals? He would then just argue against that and say that, well, maybe that wasn't a year by year basis, but that's also a season. We've got corals hundreds of thousands of years old, or coral fossils and skeletons hundreds of thousands of years old based on layer by layer. We could talk about that. There are so many different fields of science that lead to a very clear and distinct old world that he just basically has to deny every single existence of, and just keeps saying the same thing over and over, right? We can look at ice cores, tree rings, coral growths, lake varves. We can look at radiometric dating, plate tectonics, fossil succession, biogeography, and genetics, all of which completely disprove his argument.
Okay, hang on, Joseph, leave that up. He Googled, were the planes of the Lost Squadron crushed? Answer, no. The P-38 Lightning fighters from the last Lost Squadron were not crushed. The 8 aircraft crash landed on the Greenland ice cap in 1942, subsequently buried by 250 to 300 feet of accumulated snow and ice. They were not crushed. It wasn't covered by a glacier, and they're not annual layers.
They were covered by a glacier.
Okay. Yes, Master. Yes, Master. Please don't beat me, Master. Okay. Now, listen. Here's from National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA. Most corals are made up of hundreds of thousands of individual polyps. Okay. Coral accumulates. Let's see. It tells how coral grows here. Tiny coral. I've got all kinds. Watch my video number 1. I cover this in great detail. Okay. About the coral. So you're wrong to say the coral reefs are hundreds of thousands of years old. Let's see right here. Coral reefs accumulate. I got it right here someplace. Corals lack a brain. Good company. Different kinds of coral here. I'm sorry, I seldom get to this part 1 of my seminar about the age of the Earth, where I talk about the coral growths.
The oldest known fossil coral reefs are over 450 million years old. But the only way you would disagree with that, because you don't agree with radiometric dating. So I'm not even going to bother because we're just going to say, hey, I'm okay with the concept of radiometric dating. You're going to say, I don't believe in radiometric dating. I believe it happened all as a result of the flood or whatever. So I wanted to stick specifically with ice cores because it would show a consistent flood layer. And you can completely ignore the dates. You could ignore all of the chemical evidence of it, but we still should see a consistent flood layer throughout Greenland, throughout Antarctica, if it was covered underwater. But we don't observe that. Why not?
Because you're wrong. Oh, let's go on to a different topic. Okay, I think I've covered it.
No, you have not covered it. You have not. Please explain it for the class, if you will.
Yeah, and Amender, I think the audience understands the core claims at this point.
Okay.
And rather than restarting it, let's just move forward. All
right.
No. That is what the entire basis. I've spent a ridiculous amount of time. I have brought up one topic. I'm on one topic, right?
Well,
you guys are the ones. You guys are the ones that want to bring up different topics.
Hold up, Amender. Hold up. You did bring up a few different things there earlier.
Yeah,
and again,
none of that matters. I want to drive.
Hold up a second. I'm not debating you. I'm moderator here. You got to let me talk when I'm talking. Right. The audience understands both your claims at this point, right? And rather than restarting it and looping, let's go to your next strongest argument for or against whether Noah's Ark can be defended historically and scientifically.
And Speakeasy, I'd like you to kind of keep a timer. He's hogging all of the time and interrupting constantly. Shut off his mic when it's my turn to talk. Now, here is millions of years worth of coral growing on a ship that sank in 1985. Here's coral growing on a motorcycle, proving they had motorcycles millions of years ago. I bet you didn't know that, did you? The coral proves they had wheels millions of years ago. There's coral growing on a sunken ship from 1944. Sunken ship again, 1944. Oh, a tank. They had tanks millions of years ago. Look at the coral growing on that. Wow. Takes millions of years. Giant, rare 400-year-old coral. Watch my video number 1. Now, I'd like to go back to my original point, which you never answered. Why are there 400 or 700, whatever they said, flood legends? Why was everybody in ancient times talking about a worldwide flood and a family saved in a boat? That's historical evidence of a worldwide flood. The purpose of the debate tonight. Read the titles right under your chin, okay?
The only thing that shows regarding quote-unquote flood legends is that there's likely localized floods that occurred that created stories. Of course, there would be floods pretty much everywhere throughout Earth, but they are all localized floods. Again, no consistent flood layer. And I really, really do. I know it's going to seem boring, but you have not actually answered my one question that I've requested over and over. So I'm going to keep dragging you, kicking and screaming until you can appropriately answer this question and stop with your gish galloping. One answer, please understand. Why do we not observe a consistent layer of flooding across ice cores?
Moderator, you've asked him to move on. He doesn't understand the question. I've covered it. You, first of all, haven't seen the ice core in your life, okay? I've been to the ice core laboratory. I've been to Middleborough, Kentucky, and talked to the guys who dug them out. They drilled it. So you are wrong. I am right. Next topic.
I will write down. I wrote what you said. You said specifically the crystal canopy.
Shut up. Moderator, shut him off, please. My turn.
What? I'm sorry. What?
Amender,
you can't handle
I've
this?
already.
Shut him off. All over the
world.
world.
What do you mean shut it off? I want you to answer the question. You have not answered the question.
You wouldn't understand
I wrote down what you said. It doesn't make any sense. You said the crystal canopy used to protect the Earth, and then something about outer space.
Amender, I'm not. Listen, I'm trying to avoid the repetition here, right? So, like, we need to move on to another independent line of evidence related to whether Noah's Ark can be defended historically.
Okay,
or scientifically.
we don't. Okay, then we can ask the same. We can ask the same question from last week. Then,
Amanda,
I thought you were asking me to ask another question, and he wants to talk some more. All right, go ahead.
Would you please shut his mic off? Okay.
Yeah. Let Kent bring us to another point here.
All over the world, thousands of petrified trees turned to stone are found standing up, connecting all the layers that you claim are different ages. Petrified trees running through multiple layers of strata that you guys claim are different ages is indication all the layers form very quickly. There are thousands of these. Nova Scotia, Canada has hundreds of them just on one cliff face. Petrified trees standing up, running through all the layers. The layers are not different ages. The ice cores are not annual layers. It's just not. I know you need that for your religion of evolution to be sound true, but all over the world, fossils are found, go from one layer to another. There's a fossil fish found with the nose stuck in rock 1 million years older than the head. Did he balance there 1 million years? The geologic column does not exist. These varves and stuff like that, all this is covered on video number 1. Back to the topic, though. Can Noah's Ark be defended? Historically, there are hundreds and hundreds of flood legends by people telling the same basic story. A family saved in a boat full of animals. Your ridiculous answer is these are all local floods. That's a ridiculous answer. Nobody's going to build a boat and save it full of animals. The animals will find a way from there. If it's a local flood, move. So no, I win. We can close the debate down right now. He did not prove it cannot be historically wrong.
Yeah. Again, still don't see a consistent flood layer across those ice cores. But hey, if we move on to the next, if you want to move on to the next thing, why don't we observe this microspeciation exuding itself from Mount Ararat, but instead observe biogeography, like I asked prior, but you once again never answered in the last debate? Why don't we observe that microspeciation from Mount Ararat? Go.
I think we observe, we're way off topic again, moderator. Look at the title to the debate.
You are asking can the Noah's Ark be defended historically or scientifically? So if we presume the Noah's Ark account to be true, then we ought to observe is microspeciation coming from Mount Ararat. But given that we have no evidence of microspeciation coming from Mount Ararat and outward to the rest of planet Earth, that would be an indication that Noah's Ark didn't happen.
The microspeciation that you're calling it, variations within the kind. For example, there are 167 recognized breeds of duck. Probably had a common ancestor called a duck. Do you believe ducks are related to whales?
You're not answering my question again.
You didn't
All right,
answer mine either.
so I'm going to do it one more time, right? They share a common ancestor. That's my answer to that. And also for kinds of ducks, fine. If I acknowledge that it just came from other ducks, which I do acknowledge that, stop. Can you just pay attention for a second and put down your chart? Just pay attention.
You need to see this.
Pay attention. I know what the tree of life looks like. Now, you said what we ought to observe is one kind of duck starting at Mount Ararat, and then all of the variations of duck spreading outward, starting at Mount Ararat. Wouldn't that be the case if all of the ducks started at Mount Ararat?
I believe that is the case. Can you prove otherwise?
Okay, well, we don't observe that. What we observe is biogeography based on plate tectonics. We don't observe what you are saying. So why do we not observe that microspeciation? Go. Coming from Mount Ararat.
I think every farmer in the history of the world has observed the fact that his ducks always make baby ducks. There might be different varieties. They now have classified them as 167. Do you believe you are related to a duck?
He's not answering the question. He can't answer. Why do we not observe microspeciation coming from Mount Ararat?
Because you got dark glasses on. Take them off. Ducks always have baby ducks.
Why do we not observe microspeciation coming from Mount Ararat?
Why don't we observe chickens coming from England 400 years ago?
Holy crap. I'm not asking that. Why don't we observe microspeciation coming from Mount Ararat?
Because we can't see back in time 4,400 years. Can you?
We should be able to dig in the ground, see skeletons of one kind of duck, a common duck that would be found among all other new ducks. And then outward slowly, higher up on the ground, but still under the ground, changes in the duck. We don't observe that. We observe biogeography. We observe on the basis of plate tectonic and Pangean ancestry. Why does it not come out from Mount Ararat?
Because you're still stuck on the idea that the layers form vertically, and this layer is younger than this layer. We should find duck fossils from an ancestor duck slowly changing as we go up. The layers don't form vertically. If the top layer is younger, where is it coming from? We observe 167 different kinds of ducks in the world today. It is reasonable to conclude they probably came from a duck. It is not reasonable to conclude that the ducks are related to the cactus. This chart shows the duck right here
answering the
related
question
to
again.
cactus. Again, tell me, are ducks related to cactus? Why is it on a
That's
chart like
not
this?
the
that we're all paying
question.
for?
We're not talking about evolution. We're talking
don't wanna
about
talk about that.
specifically, can Noah's Ark be defended historically and scientifically? Presuming
Good.
Noah's Ark story is true, that would mean we would observe the quote unquote microspeciation, like you said, coming from
Right.
where Noah's Ark landed, Mount Ararat, and it should spread outward. But we don't observe that. We observe biogeography. For example, why don't we see koalas in the Middle East? Why are there no koala skeletons in the Middle East? Why are there no koala skeletons across Indonesia? Why do we not observe the migration required for koalas to make it from the Middle East to to Australia?
Did your mama invent duct tape just for you?
He can't answer
You
the
just
question.
blabber on and on. Now listen carefully.
It's not
If
blabber.
all of
It's
the
a
fos-
genuine question. I'm trying to
I'm answering
understand your logic.
No, you're
It
not.
doesn't logically follow, even if I presume Noah's Ark account to be true. The evidence does
Okay.
not show Noah's Ark happened.
Now, you're stuck on stupid thinking all the layers are different ages. What if all of the layers formed in 1 year at Noah's flood? What if all of the fossils were formed in 1 year during Noah's flood? How many animals died in the last 5 years? Probably millions. How many fossilized? None. Nobody sees fossilization taking place now. You're assuming that each of the layers is a different age, and they're not. And you're assuming that the fossil we find in the ground can do something no duck today can do. No duck today can produce a baby duck that's not a duck. There are 167 varieties of ducks. Well, you like to call that micro variation or whatever you called it. It's still a duck.
Okay.
There are 8 different kinds of bears: black bear, brown bear, sun bear, panda bear, grizzly bear. They probably had a common ancestor called a bear. But you think bears are related to cactus. This is what the chart shows. Now, it's your job. The Noah's Ark, all the animals coming off of Noah's Ark, diversifying over 4,400 years, would not leave any fossils as they migrated, because fossils don't form today. Probably all the fossils formed in the flood. So, of course, there are not any fossils found. How many fossilized humans can you find from the Revolutionary War?
Okay,
200
I'm just
years
going to
ago.
ask you, were koalas on Noah's Ark?
So you surrender and say, Hovind, you're right on the duck. Okay, could you admit that? at
Were
least?
koalas? No, because you won't acknowledge the most basic question. So I have to move on to the next question. So
I see.
So for koalas, were there koalas on Noah's Ark?
Probably so, yes, sir.
And kangaroos?
Oh, yeah. 2 of each kind.
All right. So
And as they migrated, now listen, this is going to be hard.
So,
It's going to
so
be hard for you to understand.
how long do
As they-
koalas live?
I don't know. Never been one. But
All
listen
right, a
to me.
koala
As-
lives roughly about 10 to 15 years old. Do you think
I'm sorry to hear about that. Now listen.
do you think that a koala could make it from the Middle East all the way over to Australia and not leave a single trace of its existence?
What trace would you find?
Poop?
If you're assuming that they're turning to
Eucalyptus?
fossils. Look at me. Listen to me.
Bones?
Animals don't fossilize today. Show me where animals are fossilizing today. I think all the fossils were made during the flood. The Bible said there would be scoffers like you who would be willingly ignorant like you about
It's
the
not
flood. Read
willingly
2 Peter
ignorant. It's
chapter 3 and
reading.
write your
It's
name. Yeah, you
looking
are.
at. It's looking at evidence, and whether or not that that evidence aligns with the Noah's account. It doesn't. So we don't
the
observe
evidence
koalas
shows-
in the Middle East. They didn't come
Right.
from Mount Ararat.
We don't have any koalas in my backyard either. What does that prove?
That would prove that you don't live in a Gondwanan distribution. You don't live in that area, so that's why there's no koalas there. You're literally making my point. That is the concept of biogeography. Do you understand? That's why there's koalas in Australia, but because they didn't have any mammalian, they didn't have any mammals to compete with. That's why koalas and kangaroos
You don't know
exist
that.
in Australia. We do know that. We do know
people
that.
ever
We
keep
specifically
koalas?
know
Who
that.
ever keep-
That's why we do not observe koalas in a Laurasian in Laurasia, which would include Europe as well as Asia, as well as the United States when it was originally connected. That's why we don't have koalas and kangaroos. However, we do have koalas in Australia, and it's specific to Australia. There are no koala bones in Indonesia. There are no koala bones found in India. There were no koala bones found in the Middle East, and there was no koala bones found on Mount Ararat. So why not?
Are you shutting up for a second so I can talk?
Yes.
Moderator, check the time on this. He's hogging all the time, okay? After the flood, Noah's great-great-great-great-grandson, Eber, he picked up some koalas and gave them a ride in his boat to Australia. That's how they got there.
What? Wait, what? Wait, repeat that? No, you said that. What?
No, you're interrupting me again. I'm making up a story, so maybe somebody will see the common sense of it. People keep koalas as pets. Maybe they didn't have to walk there. Maybe somebody brought them there, okay? So I think that the fact that koalas always have baby koalas, as far as I know, and you're assuming that as animals migrated, they're going to leave a trail of fossils. There's the problem. They don't.
Well, considering it's like a multi-thousand-mile trek to Australia and leaving not a single poop scrap, nothing found, nothing, no eucalyptus,
if you want to go looking
nothing.
For koala poop, you just enjoy yourself, okay?
But do you understand that it's like we have no evidence of this quote unquote trek? It never happened.
What evidence do we have of kangaroos going from Vietnam to Australia? You're missing the point.
None. You're right. We have none. You're right. We have no evidence of that. You're right.
So that's proof it didn't happen.
That's proof that Noah's account that a global flood did not happen, considering the fact that we can observe marsupials in Australia and very unique, specific to Australia, and it doesn't exist elsewhere. If there were a global flood, either somehow they managed to make their way over to the Middle East, or there was likely no flood and they were able to survive just fine.
That's not the only two options. It's like saying, why are elephants orange or elephants pink? There's other options, you know.
So somebody brought all the native creatures to Noah and then shook hands with Noah and then brought them back. Was there like a secondary
and just
boat?
For like clarity on the audience's side, so what Amender you're saying is why don't we see some type of trail of the koalas going from Mount Ararat to Australia? And Kent is saying that they may have not just migrated there; they may have been brought there from like maybe on a boat.
That's one option.
Like so hold on, no, that's actually a great no.
Just a second.
Wait,
let him.
Oh my God!
Just let him get his point out, and then
shut him up. I don't interrupt him. The animals don't fossilize today. They dry, they lay on top, and the scavengers eat them. You don't get it. In order to fossilize, they have to be buried quickly in usually mud, and that would be perfect from Noah's flood. I answered your question. I think all of the fossils, or nearly all of them, came because of one big flood in the days of Noah. And so the animals dispersing from Noah's Ark aren't going to leave any fossils anywhere. Duh. Why can't you get it?
So let me ask you this. In Noah's account, did everyone die except for Noah and his family?
That's what the Bible says. That's correct. I believe that to be true. 8 people.
So who brought the koalas back?
Noah's great-great-grandson Eber took the koalas off the boat and carried them on his airplane and flew them to Australia and dropped them off. That's how they made it.
Oh,
prove me wrong.
That's wild. That's wild. I mean, I'm sure you could like make up all sorts of nonsense, but I mean, just the koalas itself, it presents itself as a ginormous problem, but let alone like what are the indigenous creatures that would have existed all throughout China or as well through India? What would have happened there? Again, we just don't observe this migration, or North America or South America for that matter. North America and South America would have been physically disconnected from them. So there's not even any way for a marsupial or any of the creatures from North and South America to even make it to the Middle East. None of what you're saying makes sense. What we observe is a biogeographic distribution on the basis of Pangeic into a Laurasian to a Gondwanan distribution. That is what we observe. And we consistently find evidence of the Laurasian and Gondwanan distribution. I'm not even talking about evolution, so you can put that down. I'm talking about biogeography.
Koala, right here. Koala. Look at it. This chart shows the koala came from an amoeba.
Yeah,
Do
we
you
have a
believe
koala.
koalas came from an amoeba?
I gotta get you a crayon.
Do you believe koalas came from an amoeba?
I
would
don't
say
know
the
why
koalas
we're
came from-
talking about evolution regarding Noah's
I don't know
Ark
why I'm debating you
being
at all. I
defended
feel like
historically and
violating Proverbs
scientifically.
about leave a foolish man.
I'm asking, can Noah's Ark be defended historically and scientifically? The
Yes,
answer
I
is
think it
no
can be.
on virtually every account, and I've given multiple pieces of evidence that shows pretty conclusively that Noah's Ark did not happen. And I think anybody that is even minorly logical would know that it didn't happen. You could sit there, maybe you could say that the Epic of Gilgamesh, that it is based on a true story of, say, for example, the Black Sea flood or the or the other flood. I forget the name of it. You could believe that, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? At least that there's some semblance of truth to it. But the idea of a global flood, complete nonsense. There is no evidence, none.
Okay, I'm sorry you feel that way. Now, if you'll put my slides back up here, Joseph. All over the world, we have around the continents what's called a continental shelf. You can see it from the satellite around England and Ireland and Scotland here. If you lowered the oceans a few hundred feet by freezing the water, if you made the ice caps bigger, the oceans would be smaller, and you could walk anywhere in the world. Here is Florida. If you lowered the oceans a few hundred feet, I believe Australia was a peninsula off of the mainland. The water around Indonesia, Sarawak, all that place is shallow, 30 to 50 feet. You could walk to New Zealand if you lowered the oceans a few hundred feet. So I think the koalas, the marsupials, the wombats, etc., are less aggressive than most other animals. They would be continually migrating to the edge of be forced out of their land over hundreds and hundreds of years. They would be migrating away toward Australia in that case. And in the meantime, the ice cap's melting. And over 500 years, the water comes up in the last 200 feet. And now Australia becomes an island. And it wasn't before. And animals aren't going to leave dead. They're not going to fossilize along the way. They're going to die, lay on top, and they're going to be eaten or dissolved. Fossils aren't forming today. You're stuck on that. Show me where they're forming today.
So you're saying that
I can show you lots of fossils.
The bones would dissolve?
Yeah, bones. Do some research on, do animals fossilize today? If they're left on top of the ground, even the bones decay. There's special bacteria that eat the bones. Some animals come by and chew on the bones for whatever various reason. We probably had 10 deer between here and Monroeville get hit in the last 6 months. You see them laying on the side of the road. The buzzards come pick them clean, and then the ants pick them cleaner. Then the bones dissolve. None of them fossilized.
I mean, you don't even need to fossilize it. They literally would not dissolve. We can observe, for example, if you go to, any desert at all, you would be able to observe dead animals and the bones dry on the ground, semi-buried.
In a desert, sure. Is it a desert between Mount Ararat and Australia?
Some of it,
Show me where animals are fossilizing today.
So show me where animals are fossilized. I don't need that. I just need to see a dead koala between Mount Ararat on the way to Australia.
Well,
that's a long, very
years
dangerous trek. Even if I presume your sudden
koalas
loss of 300 feet of water, which is an insane, that's complete nonsense. But even if I presume that to be the case, we ought to observe any koala body across a Laurasian distribution, but we don't observe that.
Here's why. We just Googled, how long does it take for bones to decay? The time it takes for bones to decay varies significantly based on environmental conditions, from 5 to 20 years in wet acidic soil to hundreds of thousands of years in dry neutral soil.
No,
Soil
not decay.
Shut up.
Disappear.
Can you stop interrupting? Moderator?
Disappear, not decay.
Amanda, just let him get his point out and then respond, please.
Go to question and answer from the audience. I'm done talking to this fool. Okay, go to question and answer from the audience. I'm leaving. I got plenty to do around here.
Wait, no. I have there are questions. I have questions.
Question and answer from the audience. Go ahead.
Okay, glad to. All right, I'll ask the questions for the audience.
He's still talking. Watch his lips, moderator. He's still talking. Shut him up. Get some questions from the audience.
I have some questions from the audience.
So,
there he goes.
You want to move to the Q? Did you want to do the closing statements first?
Yeah, go ahead. Let him do his closing statement. Give him 2 minutes though.
Well, we're gonna do 5 each. 5 each.
Okay.
Let me bring up the timer for you guys. So we're going to move into closing statements now. We're going to start with you, 1stAmender. I got the timer there for you. Whenever you're ready, I'm going to start that timer up with your voice.
All right. I don't even know where to start. I mean, he didn't seem to answer literally any of my questions. The claim, the idea that the Bible is true, and specifically the Noah's flood account, it collapses under multiple lines of evidence. The Earth is not, for example, 6,000 years old. It's 4.543 billion years old. There is no geological signature of a global flood. There is no universal sedimentary layer, which what we would observe in any flood account, even if you ignore ages completely. There is no global ecological reset. There is no interruption in ice cores. There is no interruption in coral growth or varves. Ice cores alone show continuous climate records that extend back hundreds of thousands of years with distinct seasonal layering, as well as volcanic markers that remain consistent across each continent. Their tree ring chronologies, they are able to overlap over 10,000 years. None of these show a single catastrophic worldwide disruption. The idea that animals all repopulated the planet from a single location near Mount Ararat, it fails biogeographically. Australia's fauna, including marsupials like koalas, it has been isolated for tens of millions of years. There's also no land bridge. There is no migration pathway. There is no genetic evidence for a recent common dispersal event. Even the fossil record does not show a chaotic single flood deposit. Instead, it shows an order of succession over deep time, with ecosystems changing gradually and not being mixed into a single layer. Claims like the Tower of Babel explaining language and diversity, or rabbits chewing cud, or bats being birds, reflect ancient pre-scientific categorization, not modern biology and linguistics. And even if we test claims like the sun standing still, or a global flood resetting all life, or a canopy of water collapsing from space, they conflict with not just one field, but with physics, astronomy, geology, and genetics all simultaneously. This isn't a case for one weak argument. This is actually a convergence problem. Literally every single independent scientific discipline, biology, geology, climatology, genetics, all agrees with deep time and gradual change. So the question isn't whether or not the Bible is meaningful or culturally important. The question is whether literally, historically, or scientifically accurate. And on that question, the evidence is overwhelmingly clear. It definitely is not. And I cede the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Kent. Kent, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Well, thank you, sir. I'm ready. As I started giving the evidence of a no flood, one would be the Bible clearly claims there was, and it's the world's best-selling book. Okay, it's never been proven wrong. He may not want to believe it. There are also hundreds of other legends, some may have been actually recorded, written down before Moses got around to doing it. It doesn't prove they've got the inspired account. Okay, the Hawaiian legend, for instance. Long after the death of Kunihana, the world became a wicked, terrible place to live, just like Genesis 6 says. One good man left. His name was Nu'u, similar to Noah. He made a great canoe with a house on it, filled it with animals. Watch this. The waters came up over all the earth. They're not talking about a local flood. The waters came over all the earth and killed all the people. Only Nu'u and his family were saved. Flood legends. Massive deluge, often sent by deity. Stories frequently share common elements. A warning to a specific individual like Noah, construction of a vessel, build a boat, Noah, and repopulation of the earth. It's very easy to show from the population growth curve, all 8 billion people today could have started from 8 people off of Noah's Ark. Just in 1800, there was only 1 billion people in the world. That's 200 years ago. We went from 1 billion to 8 billion in 200 years. At the time of Christ, the world population was 1/4 of a billion people, 250 million worldwide. You trace out the numbers, it shows clearly that it goes back to 8 people. There are 500 flood legends worldwide, according to scope and origins, as well as oral traditions of indigenous people, many, many more. We covered this before. The Chinese tell about Fuhai, who was the father of the Chinese civilization. Fuhai, his wife, 3 sons, 3 daughters escaped a great flood. He were the only people alive on earth. It's not a local flood. And they repopulated the world. The Toltec Indians in Mexico said it was 1,700 years. The Great Flood covered the highest mountains. That's not a local flood when it covers the highest mountains. One family survived. So I think the historical evidence, the title of the debate tonight, can Noah's Ark be defended historically? Yes. The Bible is the ultimate history book. The people were there. The eyewitnesses said it happened. They built the boat. Noah actually wrote part of Genesis. You have the finding of the actual Noah's Ark, I believe, near Mount Ararat. You have the evidence. He mentioned there's 8 drogue stones. I can't believe that. They found 32. Want me to put 32 on here for 23? I can put more on here if you'd like. Drill a hole, poke it in there if that'll help. Okay, I don't think it would. But the flood legends are a powerful indication there really was a flood. It's just scattered around the world. This is not local floods that they're talking about. Most of them talk about everybody drowning in the world. So I'm sorry. I'll stick with the Bible. I think it's clear that the Earth cannot be billions of years old for lots of scientific reasons, but that's a different story. We cover that if you care to know. My video number 1. Why don't you watch DVD number 1, different 40 ways to prove the Earth is not billions of years old, and see if you can debunk those someday. Now, moderator, I will debate him again anytime on the condition that my guy runs the camera or shut off his mic when it's my turn to talk. Shut off my mic when it's his turn to talk. Otherwise, I'm not going to talk to this guy again. He can't shut up. The evidence for Noah's flood is overwhelming. God made this world. He has the right to make any rules that he wants. And we're all guilty of breaking his rules. And you are too. 1stAmender, whatever your real name is. You have violated God's laws. Of course, if you believe in evolution, how do you tell right from wrong on any topic? But that's another story. But I accepted Christ as my Savior 57 years ago, and he forgave my sin. I'm going to heaven not because I deserve it, because I'm forgiven. He wants to forgive you. And he wants you open. The door's open. You can still go to heaven as long as you're above room temperature. And so, yes, the flood is evidence God has the right to judge his creation. And he's coming to judge it again, whether you like it or not. So the Bible says in 2 Peter 3, you need to put your name in that passage. The scoffers are willingly ignorant of the creation, the flood, and the coming judgment of God. I encourage folks, if you would, get our videotapes. I'm not trying to sell something, but you can get our materials, watch it, copy it, all you want, send it back, and get your money back. It's $50 for 18-hour seminar, the whole thing on DVD. You can download them off our website, drdino.com. Get a digital version if you'd like. Come visit our Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama. It's free. We have 30 cabins people stay in, 17 lakes, 7 Jeeps. 5 we use for tours around here. We want to get the gospel out to the world. I believe the Bible is true. It's never been proven wrong. He may not like it. He may have some misinformation science he's trying to spread, but I'm sorry, the Bible's true, and you're going to face that the designer of this world as your judge one day. All I can do is warn you. Hope you give your heart to the Lord and get saved. So we can talk about all the other stuff that he mentioned about going off track on 40 different tangents. Dinosaurs, we're right on Noah's Ark. Small ones, probably babies of everything. Okay, that's enough time. Let's get some questions from the audience. This has wasted a lot of people's time here.
So Speakeasy, I actually have Speakeasy specifically. I actually have 8 questions. I was hoping that I could get the 8 questions because people did pay me money to get these questions.
You were saying that last time you had questions that were asked, like someone sent in super chats.
I could try to be very pithy, very quick.
That's not for this debate. That was for the last debate. Somebody paid you money, and you didn't honor your promise and request their questions.
I'm trying to do so now.
Speakeasy. I would suggest that you make him stay on topic about the questions about the flood.
All right.
Return the money. Return the money to the donors.
So do you have questions, Amanda, that's pertaining to this?
Yeah, all of them are pertaining to this. These are all questions that were asked, and they're individual, like money that was asked. They paid, and I would appreciate it if he answered these questions.
If they relate to Noah's Ark, I'll talk about them. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, the first question, this is from Anthony Blinken saying, did God give me a man nipples or did I evolve them?
Nothing to do with the Ark. Next question.
Tony Coriolis asks, what did Kent Hovind think of his Wikipedia page?
Never read it. Don't know.
Okay. It's a Rubik's.
Again, not related to
Are they all just random like that?
I mean, they're questions asked by the audience. I took money for them, so I'm trying to get questions answered. I'm doing my due part.
Right. Why not give their money back? Why not give their money back?
I mean, I guess I could.
Good. Well, please do it. Stick
sadly,
with the Ark.
Sadly, YouTube takes 30% of it, but
oh, wow.
It's a Rubik's asking, Jesus spoke in parables. If the Bible is the word of God and Jesus is God, why can't Genesis also be a parable? There you go.
Nothing to do with the ark.
Wait, that's
Okay.
Genesis. What do you mean?
Speak
Of
easy.
course it has to do with
Yeah.
the ark.
Okay, so
Speak
yeah,
easy.
these
Questions
kind of
from the
sound
audience.
like
Get
random.
questions from-
They
get
did- I
questions
don't
from
even
the
think
audience.
they
They don't send.
have
What do
to
you
do with
mean
the
they're
last
random? They're not
debate,
random.
though. Like those questions didn't even have to do with the last debate, though.
Yes, it did. All right. How about this?
Asking him about his Wikipedia
Rob Spot
page,
is asking.
That's all just like personal random questions.
All right,
Let's
Rob
just
Spot
move
is
on from that.
asking, why has no trace of a ginormous Noah's Ark ever been found, but random people, animals, and tools are? There you go.
Noah's Ark has been found. It's in Turkey. It's right where the Bible says it landed, the mountains of Ararat. Noah's Ark has been found. It has been, they're working on excavation now with ground penetrating radar. They're finding exactly what you would find from a ship that slowly collapsed over 4,400 years, a wooden boat. So I think they did. So you're wrong.
Anthony Blinken asks, would aliens sending us as genetically engineered life fall under an interpretation of the Bible?
What does it have to do with Noah's Ark?
It's just his
You're
question.
just trying to keep the money, aren't you? Yeah, I know you want to keep the money.
It's a Rubik says, define kind, be specific.
With nothing to do with the ark.
All right. Well,
The Bible says if they can bring forth.
Question. I'm sorry.
No, if
sorry,
they can bring forth, they're the same kind.
Whatever.
Yeah,
Great Danes and Chihuahuas could theoretically bring forth. Great Danes and Chihuahuas are the same kind of animal called the dog kind. Great Danes and pine trees cannot bring forth. So the Bible says if they can bring forth, they're the same kind. Real simple. But you guys want to believe and make all the students be taught that dogs are related to cactus and came from an amoeba. That is stupid. Real stupid. And if you believe that, it's fine, but don't teach it like it's science. It's not part of science. It's a religious belief that somebody dumb enough to believe.
And I want to let you know, if you had fans and if you were in my position, I would have answered every single question, related or not related.
Well, it's a good thing you don't run my show here, isn't it? Go ahead.
Okay, so let me get to the questions we had here. There was, where is it? First one I see here was Electric Pineapple said, question, have we reached the bottom of the ice? Because you were talking about the ice cores earlier.
You know, honestly, I'm not sure. We may have. It's possible. Let me look that up. I'm not sure off the top of my head. The bottom of the ice cores.
Yeah, while he's looking it up, it's a fair question. I don't think so.
Yes, when drilling ice cores, the bottom refers to the bedrock beneath the glaciers. We have successfully reached the bedrock at depths approaching 2 miles or 2.8 to 3.4 kilometers in major projects like the Beyond Epica Oldest Ice Core Project and WAIS Divide Ice Core Project. So yes, we have.
Yay.
Okay. All right. I see. So these other super chats aren't really. Oh, here's another question.
I don't mind irrelevant super chats.
Amender, if the layers showed up over time, how does a creature's body get buried to preserve any skeleton? If a dinosaur died on the ground, how does the body stay in the same position to be buried over millions of years?
So deposits land over it. Eventually there is a compression. Eventually the bones do decay, but it leaves grooves of where the bones were. That's what a fossil is.
Okay. Do I get to answer each question also?
Yeah. If you want to answer too, yes.
Probably billions, maybe even trillions of fossils are found on this planet, if you want to count diatoms, which are fossilized microscopic creatures. Fossil fish with their fins extended, their gills extended. They died terrorized in muddy water. Their gills are packed with silt. Clams are found petrified, closed, in the closed position. On top of Mount Ararat, the tallest mountain in the world, has probably millions, certainly hundreds of thousands, of petrified closed clams. Clear proof that they were buried alive, because clams open as soon as they die. Walk along the beach and pick up the seashells. So I think but animals today, that's what I said, animals today are not fossilizing anywhere. Maybe in a mudslide, a few of them if they get buried in a mudslide, but that's exactly, the flood would do that all over the world. Just the moon pulling the tide up, down, pulling it in, out, tidal pumping it's called, that would form thousands of layers in 1 year, containing billions of dead things that are going to turn to stone. In the laboratory, they've been able to make fossils by under pressure in 1 day. You go to Lost World Museum website, Lost World Museum. They got all the examples of this. Rapid fossilization. The flood, Noah's flood, probably made all the fossils in the world, or nearly all of them. If they're forming today, I'd like to see where. I have a museum here. You can come see we have a huge fossil collection. I think they're all from 1 year. Animals walking from here to Australia or from Noah's Ark to Australia would not leave a fossil trail because fossils aren't forming anywhere. I rest my case.
Another one comes in. Creationist Crybaby says, Kent, you say that hyperspeciation occurred after Noah's Ark, a speciation not mentioned anywhere in the world. Where is your evidence of this?
Well, I don't like the word species. There are 26 different definitions of the word species. The Bible uses the word kind. They will bring forth after their kind. If they're able to bring forth, i.e. have babies, they're the same kind. A dog, a wolf, and a coyote can all mate and bring forth babies. They normally don't, but they can. A dog and a pine tree cannot. A dog and a porcupine cannot. So all we've ever seen in the history of the world is animals and plants bringing forth after their kind. Every farmer in the history of the world will tell you his cows have baby cows. Now, if you wish to make a chart and show that cows are related to pineapples and they all came from an amoeba, you can make all the charts you want. This is not science. This is a propaganda poster is all it is. There's no evidence for any of these lines. No evidence for any of them. There are 4 different kinds of elephants, if you want to count mammoth and mastodon. They got a line connecting the elephant with the turtle. This is stupid. Capital S, stupid. If you wish to believe this, fine. This isn't science. It's a propaganda poster. It's artwork, is all it is. They drew a bunch of lines on paper. So, speciation, I don't like the word species. I think there are a lot of varieties. Noah took 2 ducks on the ark. They have now diversified into 167 varieties of duck. Probably most of them still interfertile. They find fossil ducks that would have weighed 550 pounds. I think probably everything was bigger before the flood. They find fossil dragonflies, 30 or 40 inch wingspan. Fossil grasshoppers, 2 feet long. Fossil beavers, 8 feet long. Probably everything was bigger when everybody was living 900. I think the pre-flood world was very different. They were huge. Everything was bigger. The reptiles, which never stopped growing, would grow to be 60 feet long. Today we call them dinosaurs when we dig them up. They were big lizards with Adam and Eve, big reptiles. Noah took babies of everything on the ark, I believe. Off topic here. So yes, Noah's Ark would certainly hold a number of animals. I think the ark has been found. There are lots of flood legends about it. I win the debate. Thank you.
All right. Then we got Mo came in. Mo Rebuttal says, 1stAmender, you assume post-flood oceans match today's. A global flood would reshape geography. Prove the barriers existed. Don't assume them.
Yeah, I didn't assume them. We just can use biogeography to determine a Gondwanan or Laurasian distribution. The barriers do exist, and when we observe specific animalia or flora or fauna, we can observe that there does exist these very clear barriers across that very specific distribution. And by the way, that's kind of why I picked ice cores, because it's particularly challenging. Even if you deny a majority of sciences, you should still be able to see a consistent layer. And it's not there. Sorry, there's no flood.
All right. Did you have something for that, Kat?
Well, he's stuck on these ice core things. I think I've answered it thoroughly. I think all the intelligent people watching are saying, would you knock off? You lost on that one, okay?
Yeah. Our next one actually is talking about what you answered earlier there. Same person, Electric Pineapple, said, so if we dug to the bottom of an ice sheet and hit rock, does that mean that is all of time? Why would you expect to see a flood?
Well, because the flood was apparently 6,000 years ago. And we dig several kilometers. Even if we use Kent's bunk math, it would literally be hundreds of thousands of years at minimum. But even on top of that, why would we, if we hit to the bottom of the ice sheet, hit rock, that's because of the Gondwanan distribution, where Antarctica used to actually be a tropical region. And in fact, when we have dug, we have observed tropical marsupials in the bedrock. So we are aware that it is there. However, there's actually a huge portion of biogeology that's just completely missing because of the miles and miles of ice sheet that it would require to dig through. But there are certain areas that are easier to dig, and we do find marsupials, which is very cool.
All right. I think that was the super chatted, and then in the Q&A we had one question came in from Tom Willis. Says, how did all the animals fit on the boat, and how did they get to the ark from all over the world?
Well, the question has several built-in assumptions, okay? Let's take it the second one first. The world today is 71% underwater. It was not that way before the flood. The Bible says God designed the earth to be inhabited. Most of it today is uninhabitable. 71% underwater, 10% under ice caps, 10% under deserts, mountain ranges that are huge. About 3% of the surface of this earth is habitable. 3%. That is not the way it was originally. So probably all types of animals lived in all parts of the world. If you had a perfect climate everywhere, particularly if it had a crystal canopy compressing there like a greenhouse or a big hyperbaric chamber, it would make it perfect weather, perfect climate everywhere. No rain, because watch the weatherman, when it's high pressure, you can't rain. Low pressure cells brings rain. So probably the animals all lived right there. All the animals were friendly according to the Bible. They were all vegetarian according to the Bible. And after the flood, things different. They get off the ark and now, hey, bunch of the world's underwater. Where'd all the flood water go? Well, it's still here. I've been over, haven't been to the Indian Ocean yet, but I've seen over the Pacific several times and the Atlantic. The water from the flood's still here on the surface, okay? It's called oceans. So I think the pre-flood world was very different, probably lots more plants and lots more land above sea level. There were seas and lakes and rivers, but no oceans like we have today. So they didn't have to getting to the ark is not a problem. Fitting on the ark, if you bring babies of everything, there's a website called baraminology.com, Baramin, B-A-R-I-M. That is the Hebrew word for kind. God said, I'm going to bring 2 of each kind or 2 of each sort. God said, I'm going to bring them to you. Said, they shall come to you. Noah just had the door open. They came into him. 2 of each kind were saved on that boat. And he was in there for a year. Now, the flood might have only lasted a few days in some spots. Some parts might have been underwater. Some parts are still underwater, okay? But some spots might have only been underwater for a short time. So Noah saved all the animals on board the ark, 2 of each kind. And the whole world was fresh water at the time of the flood. We believe Noah's ark probably had moon pools, holes in the bottom with walls built inside. So the water goes up and down in those holes, relieving stress on a long ship, acting as a piston to be your air conditioner, get fresh air in and out. And you need water, drill a hole in your moon pool, put a valve in there, get the water out of your moon pool. You're living in 15 or 20 feet of fresh water all the time. You can water the animals, take a shower, have water for your family. So I think the Noah's Ark story is certainly feasible scientifically. And historically, there's no question. A lot of people have taught about this flood, and the Bible couldn't be more clear that it was Noah. Even gave the names of the kids, Shem, Ham, Japheth. So, and the population growth clearly shows everybody, the whole world started less than 4,500 years ago when 8 people got off the boat. Watch my video number 1 for more on that. So I think the oceans were smaller after the flood. Ice caps were bigger, makes the ocean smaller. I'll show that, Joseph, exposing the continental shelf. And you could walk anywhere in the world. Anywhere. You could walk from America over to Australia, go over to Greenland, Iceland, England. It was all above. If you lower the ocean 300 feet, you could walk anywhere. The land bridge between Russia and Alaska today is 60 miles wide, the Bering Sea. Lower the oceans 300 feet. There's where the beach becomes, way out there. You couldn't find the difference between Russia and Alaska. So I think the flood story is perfectly preserved for us in God's perfect preserved word. It's true. And he's going to destroy it again. This is his world. He can wreck it if he wants.
All right. Do you have anything for that, Amender?
The answer is that they did not all fit on a boat. It was likely a localized flood based off of a local account that then has been blown up in legend and has resulted into the myth that we know today.
All right. This question, I think you did answer it, Kent. You said that they weren't carnivores during the time on the boat, right?
The Bible says in Genesis chapter 1 and chapter 2, the first 2 chapters, that all the animals and all the people were vegetarian. After the flood, Genesis chapter 9, God said, Noah, now you can eat meat. That wasn't the case before the flood or during the flood. All the animals were friendly. Going from a plant-eating lion to a meat-eating lion is a minor change compared to going from a rock to a lion, like they believe. They believe a rock got rained on, turned to soup, the soup came alive, slowly evolved into the lion over millions of years. Lions came from a rock. That's dumb. I believe they're all vegetarian, and yes, after the flood, things changed, probably because the air pressure was relieved without that canopy overhead. Now it's only 14.7 pounds per square inch, probably was 30 before the flood. Breathing would be much easier, and you could grow much bigger, explaining why 80-foot apatosauruses had nostrils the size of a horse and small lungs. How could they breathe? Today they couldn't, and today they don't. They can't live in today's world, but they did back then. Okay?
All right. Did you have something for that, Amanda?
I'm sorry, chat is just laughing at the vegetarian lions idea.
But I bet your chat believes they came from a rock, don't they? Your chat people believe they came from a rock, don't they?
No, that's not what anybody believes. No one has said that.
You believe that if you believe
we come from the minerals of rocks, but we are not from rocks. Jesus.
Okay.
And we're talking about life, not necessarily humans. So.
Our next question says, 1stAmender, are there any fossils younger than 5,000 years old found other than from volcanic activity?
I don't know. I would have to look that up. Typically, I've always thought that fossils are much older than 5,000 years because of the way that it has to form within rock. But fossils younger than 5,000 years. Let me look. Remains, they are subfossils. Those are not anything that young would be a subfossil. It's a fossilization is a process that requires tens of thousands of years. So subfossils have not undergone complete mineral replacement, but retain much of their original organic material. So think like mammoth remains. All right.
And did you have anything to say that, Clint?
Oh, yeah, I'd like to add, he's simply totally wrong on this one. Fossils can form very quickly. Giant fossils have been found of just about every species, okay? Giant beavers, giant lions, giant turtles. And there's a place in the Czech Republic where they create fossils in 2 weeks, okay? You can buy a press that makes them in 1 day. Let's see, fossil record. I got so much stuff on this. Here's a fish swallowing another fish, fossilized. How long did it take for them to get fossilized like that? Millions of years? I think you'd have a little problem with somebody decaying. Whole school of fish fossilized. 50-million-year-old fossil captures a swimming school of fish. I don't think it takes millions of years to fossilize. Come to our museum. We have a fossilized teddy bear here, a petrified teddy bear, a petrified pickle still in the jar. Our fossils forming today. I'll show you. Petrified wood that's been chopped on. I assume chopped on before it got petrified. Dog stuck in a tree. Here's a petrified cowboy boot with the cowboy's leg still in it. Petrified fish giving birth. Doesn't take millions of years to give birth. Petrified hat. Bowler's hat found in New Zealand. Petrified. Here's the pickle we got in our museum here. The jar lid rusted off and the pickle turned to stone. Come see it. I'm sorry, you're mistaken. Petrified sacks of flour. A flour mill flooded in Arkansas years ago, and the sacks of flour turned to stone. Petrified hammer. Here's Ripley's Museum in Jacksonville, Florida, has a petrified cluster of peanuts. Petrified charcoal briquette. There's a petrified teddy bear. Petrified toadstool. Petrified acorns. A kid sent them to me. He said, I put them in a bucket of water and forgot about them. Next year we found them, the bucket dried out, and the acorns returned to stone. All kinds of things fossilized very quickly. I'm sorry, you're simply mistaken. Petrified piece of pizza. Petrified fish with his mouth wide open. So you're mistaken. Fossils probably all formed from Noah's flood. Rapidly.
All right. And then I think this might be the last one here. A boat carrying millions of animals, food stores, waste, and fresh water for months would require advanced engineering beyond Bronze Age technology. Any archaeological evidence for such a vessel?
I'm assuming that's for me.
Yeah, I think it's for you. About
several false assumptions in the question. If I said, why are elephants orange? How would you answer that?
Right.
They're not orange, okay? It did not carry millions of animals. Bearmanology.com has studied this for years. They think about 8,000 kinds of animals would need to be on the ark. from those 8,000 basic kinds, we now have millions of what they call species, but there's still probably only a few thousand kinds of animals in the world. Chihuahua, Great Dane, all the dog kinds, 339 in America, American Kennel Association. All the dogs had a common ancestor, and the wolf and the coyote probably had a common ancestor. That does not prove they're related to fish. Noah did not take any fish on board the ark. God told him specifically, bring those in whose nostrils is the breath of life on dry land. Read the story before you criticize it. No fish, no bugs had to go on the ark, insects. They don't have nostrils, they breathe through their skin, through spiracles. So yes, as far as food stores and waste, go to ask, how do ocean liners dispose of waste? You flush the toilet, if you're beyond 12 miles out from shore, it goes right outside. The fish love it. Here in Lenox, Alabama, where I live, they come clean out the septic once in a while. They go a few miles east of Evergreen, Alabama, and dump it all in the swamp, right out of the septic tank, and the fish go crazy over it. During Noah's flood, he'd have probably 5 or 6 of these moon pools going up to maybe the 3rd floor, take the animal waste, dump it in the hole. The fish would love it. If you, as far as fresh water, the whole world was fresh water. And if your moon pools they're always full of whatever, say that, I'm guessing 51-foot boat, probably 20 feet down would be the draft. All your moon pools are full of 20 feet of fresh water. Moon pools, 20 feet of fresh water. You just turn the valve, water the animals. So you don't need to carry water for months. Food, I don't know. Many animals, Joseph, you have that slide about okay. There's a lot of activity when animals are inactive. There's hibernation, of course. Then there's also estivation and torpor. I forget, there's 7 different stages animals can go in where they eat less, they sleep a lot more, and they just enjoy the ride because they're confined. So I think there were no cages. All the animals were friendly. Wander around, eat your food, go back and lay down. And so it was not a problem. The problem is all those animals coming from a rock. That's where the problem is.
And I think
I'm sorry, I missed part of his question. Engineering, he's assuming Bronze Age technology. The Bible says Tubal-Cain, one of the grandsons of Adam, was an artificer in brass and iron. They were living to be 900 years old. You could learn a lot in 900 years. The ark, they found iron rivets. And when they analyzed the iron, they say, we can't make this alloy of iron for these rivets, except under double atmospheric pressure. Go to WyattMuseum.com. They've got some of the rivets right up here in Spring Hill, Tennessee, south of Nashville, where Ron Wyatt, he's the one that found the ark. His wife, he died, but his wife, Nell, is up there and he's remarried. Mr. Lee was there a few months ago, stayed at their house. There's no such thing as Bronze Age technology. These folks were smart. They knew lots of things we don't know. So I think you got several false assumptions in your question. Modern man likes to think, including my opponent tonight, we're smart, everybody else before me was dumb. That's pretty obviously demonstrated tonight. Not true.
Did you have anything for that question there, Amanda?
Yeah, so obviously he can't answer this because the evidence does not show that. And yeah, there is no archaeological evidence for such a vessel. Even if you did find a vessel such as that, maybe there is somewhere, it would likely be in response to a localized flood, which I'd be perfectly in acceptance with the idea of, say, a farmer collecting all of his animals to survive a flood. You know, I mean, why not? Could happen.
All right. And then let me see any more questions on this. Yeah, I think that is it for the questions on this topic. So that we can wrap the Q&A there. I want to say thank you to everyone in the live chat for all the questions, the engagement and support. It's what allows me to keep bringing you these debates and the entire Swords of Reason experience week after week. So I appreciate every single one of you. And of course, a huge thank you to our debaters for stepping into the arena tonight and sharpening their ideas in front of us all. I know that Kent said that he's going to be wrapping up. Amanda, did you want to stay for the open panel, or are you going to be wrapping up?
I'm going to be hopping on Discord for anybody who wants to hang out and talk. But yeah, I'm going to be doing my own thing. Appreciate you though, Speakeasy. Thank you for organizing this.
Hey, no problem. And do you both want to, before I get into the outro and everything, do you guys want to give a shout out? Anything you got coming up? Anything any merch or anything you guys selling? Anything you want to shout out before we wrap up?
Just subscribe. I'm small and I'm still growing, so appreciate any support you guys have and bring me.
Awesome.
Well, thank you, sir. Our website is drdino.com. We have Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama. It's all free. You can come stay for a couple of days. We'll put you to work if you stay too long. We're on lots of channels. They're all listed on drdino.com, DRDINO. We do every Monday through Friday, every morning, 9 o'clock, open mic, question, answer. Every night, 7 o'clock. This is Central Time. We're in Alabama. 7 o'clock Central Time and 9 o'clock in the morning. You can, if you disagree, call into my show. Every Wednesday night, we do a show called Whack an Atheist. We pick a particular atheist to go through the evidence that they claim they have for their theory and debunk it. There is no evidence for evolution at all. It's the dumbest religion ever invented.
All right. Awesome. Thank you for that. So I want to say again, thank you to both of you for coming out. And what's going to happen here, guys, is I'm going to roll the debate outro song and video. That's going to run about 4 minutes. Perfect time for everyone in the audience. Go grab yourselves a drink, stretch your legs, do whatever you want to do before the open panel portion begins. During that outro, I'll drop a link in the chat for anyone who wants to join that portion. Anyone is welcome to hop in. Just remember, if you're coming up to try and like troll or bring personal dramas, you're just going to get booted. So don't do any of that. And one last reminder, make sure you guys go subscribe to both debaters. Their links are in the description. And if you're enjoying these debates, hit subscribe on the Speakeasy channel as well, so you don't miss any upcoming Swords of Reasons, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, I'll roll the outro, and I'll see you all in a few minutes. Thank you, everyone.
I have to go speak easy, but yeah. I'm in the studio. Bruh. Bro. That was really bad for Kent, y'all. That was so bad. Holy crap. All right, I'm going to go into the recording VC. Hang tight. Yo, that was, dude, that was brutal. That was a fucking slaughter. And anybody that thinks that like if I somehow lost that debate, bruh, we gotta work on your epistemology, because that guy got freaking cooked, dude. Cooked. Thoroughly cooked. It was bad, very bad. Anyway, let me make this a little bigger. I'm gonna hop into the Discord for a bit and we're gonna hang out and talk. If you guys want, that is. I'm just gonna adjust a couple of things. Let me just get this going and then just sorry, just moving this around. Okay. All right, let me hop on the Discord for a bit. I'm in the recording VC. If you guys want to hang out for a bit, that was holy cannoli. Holy cannoli. What up, Kappa?
Good to see you. Good to see you.
What did you think of that? What did you?
That was very interesting. I don't know what to even say. When you got down, I think it was at the last part when I really was like, you're just cooking him at this point. Like,
he got so upset that I was unwilling to move from the topic. He's like, moderator, stop him, silence him.
Anyone with a brain and honesty will say you definitely won that debate.
What I don't understand is, didn't he say in the beginning that a few thousand species or that species can't create another species, and then he says, but a few thousand species created millions?
Because they're from the same kind, but yet won't define kind because kind isn't related to the debate.
Yeah. He didn't want to define a kind. He just completely ignores virtually every single piece of science available to him. He just ignores everything, and it doesn't, like, he's just gonna keep ignoring it, and that's
Wait,
the
wait.
end
So,
of
so
that.
he says that what we do in university is a religion, but what he does is science.
Yes.
He also ignored my question about Genesis, saying it's
I
not
tr-
related. I know it's not
I
your
couldn't
fault.
believe
It's
it.
like,
I was like, dude, he won't even
really-
answer these questions. I'm like, what the fuck?
and it's
Honestly,
not, he acted like it was your fault that you didn't answer him, and he was the one who had to leave before you could ask them.
I
Yeah.
don't get that.
I don't know why he got so pissy during the Q&A. He's like, now you have to refund all of their money. Go ahead and refund. And honestly, yeah, I kind of would like if it would be 30% off because they took 30%. Google takes 30% from me no matter what I do.
Dude, he was pissy the entire debate.
Was he
including
pissed
the
the
last
whole debate? You think?
He realized pretty soon that he couldn't answer your questions and was running.
because he regularly.
Wait, Amanda, did you not realize he was trying to sun you like the entire debate and last debate? Like he was saying, you didn't dig it up. You didn't do this. You didn't do that. Like whenever you try to bring up like something that the scientist did, he would always try to say like you specifically didn't get your hands dirty, get calluses on your hands.
Well, I mean, he was
trying to do that shit.
I already cooked that where I just told him, yeah, but like, do you think nuclear power plants work? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, but you've never been, have you? And he's like, no, I haven't. And I was like, okay, just as I thought. So you don't have any proof that nuclear power plants work. What if it's just like a bunch of slaves in the basement that are just like moving a fucking turbine?
Yeah, I sent you the timestamp of when that happened. We can't make clips anymore on our end.
Amanda, you missed a chance to really take
Oh, by the way, speaking of clips, so apparently on Twitch, what makes you big on Twitch apparently is clipping content. And I'm like, I don't have the time to be fucking going through all the footage again and then clipping the content.
No.
So I have a program that'll do it automatically.
The people need to clip you, Amanda. Like your watchers need to clip the most hilarious
like if you guys are on Twitch, you can clip my content and feel free, I would appreciate that. I would love that.
Works on YouTube too.
Does it? Okay.
Yeah. You can clip on YouTube.
No, you can't.
But I've been making short. I press the F10 key, and it just records the last. It gives me a clip of the last 2 minutes, and that's what my shorts comprise of.
Yeah, they don't allow users to make clips anymore.
Yeah.
Not?
Yeah, you can't make the clip feature's gone, at least in the US.
Yeah.
I just want to say I got really irrationally angry when he talked about some guy like just bringing a koala from like the Middle East to Australia.
Oh
like,
yeah,
people just could. I got because I'm
just
a
the ad hoc
nerd,
reasoning.
And the idea of somebody doing that is
how did make the koala out over the ocean? Did he like suddenly start walking on water?
The ad hoc reasoning.
Hundreds of years to do that.
So then I asked him. I asked him. And I thought that this was a good gotcha because like, I was like, all right, hold on. So a guy brought the koalas there and then who brought them back? And also who is this guy where he's like, all right, I'm going to go from Australia, deliver koalas and also do not put me on Noah's Ark. I'm just going to fuck off back to Australia and die. Like, what? It doesn't make any sense. It's so stupid. It's such a dumb argument.
I mean, you said it in the beginning, Amanda. I already said that like many times to people like who are totally into the Bible and everything. I said like when people are pursuing their world. I mean, they still do the same today. When Americans talk about the world, they're mostly talking about America or the region they live in. So when people back then were talking about the world, it's pretty much the same. They were talking about the region they live in, the world they have been knowing. So I wouldn't be surprised if the world they have been knowing a flood happened.
It's just idiotic.
Floods happening all the time.
Yeah.
If you look at like the medieval period, most people don't like leave. Don't like go to they don't like leave their home village for that long or whatever. They don't go very far in their entire life. That's how people lived. They were agricultural. So that's completely reasonable.
So what did you think?
With the Greeks spread it over the whole Middle Sea.
So real quick, what did you think of the I guess the way that I was addressing it? Because when I addressed like specifically ice cores, I knew for a fact he would deny any carbon dating. He would deny any, any radiometric dating, and so rather than being stuck on like year for year, like, oh, this is the amount in an ice core within a year, rather than doing that, we know what a flood layer looks like on ice. There's like a mix of sediment just all of a sudden in one particular layer. And it would have been like melted and kind of mixed up, right? And then refrozen. That's what you observe with a flood in an ice core, right? There is instances of floods in ice cores, but what we ought to observe, if it were global, a consistent flood layer, no matter what ice core you picked from Greenland to Antarctica. So we could throw out the window the entire dating method that is done for ice cores, and he's still wrong. No matter how you address it.
Was there not a certain stage in our planet where the whole planet was water? I might remember there, but in the beginning.
There was no stage. There was no stage where the whole planet was water. No.
I don't think he understood that. What you're framing. I don't think he understood it.
No,
I think he did understand it,
or didn't want to admit.
No, because I wrote down.
Started at the same time.
I wrote down what he
you
said.
would have had to prove, Mender. You would have had to prove that there are some that are like way older than other ones, like because he kept on saying that they all started at the same point.
Yeah. Well, again, you should still observe on the bottom layer a consistent layer, but again, we don't observe that either. So it doesn't work. But here, hold on. I'm going to pull up on Notepad. Ago. So it says here, this is like an insane thing. This is what he said, right? I kept asking him the same question. Why don't we observe this consistent layer? His answer, this is the best answer I got out of him, was the crystal canopy was used to protect the Earth. Outer space becomes magnetic, held up by Earth's magnetic field. It got on North and South Pole. The South Pole, there's land, layer of ice, first 1,000 feet, then solid, then 4,400 years where layers have been deposited, not seasonal. If it shows 5 feet of snow, gets warm next morning, refreeze, makes clear ice, indicates warm, not summer. Keep calling annual layers. Can ice cores go back 80,000 years? No. That's his answer to my...
Yeah. Amender, actually...
He could not answer a single fucking thing. Crafty is saying
the moderator
the moderator came in to try to move the conversation.
Oh no, not just that, but the moderator came in and like kind of made an argument, like trying to help Kent, where he was like, koalas, like what if they took another boat and they took koalas to Australia or whatever.
Maybe there was like a secondary koala boat
alongside
the
evidence
Ozark.
Strongly suggests that approximately 3.2 billion years ago, Earth was essentially a water world with no major continents.
What?
There was a state of Earth where no continents.
Let me look that up. Was the Earth ever a water world? Evident 3 to 4 billion years ago, geochemical analysis, the planet was entirely submerged by virtually no. Okay, cool. I didn't know that. Interesting. I'll have to read up on that. I didn't know that. Cool.
So that could explain why they found actually really, really old stuff in stones, like in Australia and other places, and drylands.
Yo, Mender, you missed the opportunity to like really set him off though. Like in your closing statement, you should have said like Kent was getting really mad in this debate all throughout because I think he realized since he was incapable of answering my questions that he just got a new daddy that's like half his age.
What? Wait, what? What are you talking about?
You should have said that because it would have made him really mad. It would have made him really insecure.
What is that? What is that? Don't fucking. What do you mean?
He would have been really pissed about
What
that.
is that?
What is that even?
No, you need to explain that. What is he has a daddy? Like,
Yeah,
are you saying like me, like I'm owning it or whatever? I don't fucking know.
Yeah, that's what I
Okay,
mean. I'm
okay.
saying like you owned
Okay.
him and then you became his father. Like
That's
that's what it is.
hilarious.
Like, if you win a debate, you become the parent.
Yeah,
of the
but that's
person
the
you
thing,
won.
right? I still even though he's not a good like guy,
It would've
I
been funnier
still
too
like
because,
just for being like a debate opponent and the fact that he's
get a membership?
Oh, thank you.
Wow.
Emperor Fattest Dogs just became a member for 5 months. Level Soy Boy supporter. Thank you very much, Fattest Dogs. I really appreciate that.
Because he was saying in multiple points in the debate, he was like, "I won, move on. I won, move on."
Josie had said, "Yeah, I won the debate. Move on." Yeah, that was amazing. Yeah, Josie had says, "I only managed to hear like 5 minutes of the debates, and vegetarian lions came in." Kent Hovind never disappoints. Fucking legend.
Vegetarian lions.
I don't even remember that.
Yeah, he said that. He was like, yeah, by the way, in the Noah's, while the Noah's flood happened and that they were in the boat, every animal became vegetarians. And it was only until after the Noah's flood that they became carnivores and they ate meat again.
You gotta clip that. you gotta clip that.
Vegetarian lions.
Yeah, what don't know?
Let's see. Emperor Fat Ass Dogs just donated $1.99. Thank you very much for the $1.99 saying debate Matt Powell next. Wow. Oh my goodness.
What I don't understand, Amanda, if God is all powerful, why does he like go all these steps to let him build a boat, to flood everything? I mean, the dude could just like click with his fingers and everyone except for Noah's family would be gone, and all the animals except for the chosen ones would be gone. Why all the effort?
Don't vegetarian animals have like very different like internal like organ processes and stuff, like to like break down like
Yeah,
the
no,
different
it's nonsense, right? He's just gonna magic it, right? He's just gonna, but this is like we could just look at the ice cores, observe a consistent water layer of flooding, and then that it would be consistent no matter where you pulled from Greenland or Antarctica. Again, no answer, zero response. Nobody has ever been able to respond to that. And it was just total waffling from Kent Hovind's end. He was completely incapable. AWOL Thoughts saying, believe it or not, a lot of people in the Speakeasy podcast apparently said that I did a great job. Thank you. Appreciate that. I do appreciate that. I had to keep him because he kept wanting to move to a different topic over and over. Did you guys notice that?
It was kind of annoying that like he kept on doing that, and his entire like strategy for the whole debate was to keep on stalling until Speakeasy like wanted to move on.
Yeah, and then like what? There was still 3 minutes remaining, and he's like, "I'm moving on. Let's go straight into the Q&A. This is ridiculous." And then I don't know. I feel like Speakeasy was being a little biased there. I think he was in that moment.
I got that feeling as well.
I was like, bruh, what is happening? I'm like, dude, he's not addressing my question. I'm asking him to answer the question. I'm writing down what he says, and it just doesn't work. Like no matter how I address it, it doesn't work. Like
it's also really small, but like but when you were in the Q&A portion, every time he answered a question, we're like, yeah, and then whenever you answered one, he did not do that noticeably. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Well, he did say in the last debate he agrees more with Ken. So.
Yeah. Yeah, DZ says makes you explain minute details for 10 or 15 minutes to frustrate you, and then does a Gish Gallop. Yes. Kent is an absolute master at Gish Gallop. This dude, like you ever watch Samurai? Have you guys ever watched Samurai Jack?
No.
Anybody? Nobody here's watched Samurai Jack?
Wasn't a big fan of it.
Oh
my brother
God,
watched
y'all
it.
are killing me. All right, well, there's like a section where Samurai Jack is like training, and he goes like all over the world training with all sorts of different people. Right? There's like a bunch of different cultures. He learns sailing with like the Vikings, and he learns how to like work with a baton with like some African, like really super fighters and stuff. It's really cool. Anyway, in terms of debate, and like if you wanted to have gish galloping as like your technique, you got to like go to Dino Park, right? And like learn under the goddamn master of gish gallop. With the powers combined of all the fallacies.
I would ask how that man get a doctor title.
Hootie, what up, Hootie? Did you see it? Did you watch it?
No, but I'm going to tonight.
It's okay. There's gonna be you may as well save it. I
couldn't watch it live, unfortunately. But
you may as well save it because you're gonna have me. I'm gonna be editing the video. And you'll see like the full video without any like of the pauses in between. So there'll be that.
My phone actually died.
He's a doctor, right, Amender? He's a doctor.
I just got to the Q&A.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just got to the Q&A section.
You're gonna love it. I basically just asked over and over to the guy. I asked him over and over, why don't we observe a flood layer along all the ice cores in a consistent spot? And he just physically was incapable of answering it. Completely incapable. AWOL is saying, y'all are lame for not liking Samurai Jack. And I agree. Samurai Jack is the shit. How dare you not like Samurai Jack? I agree with AWOL for once. We never agree. If both of us are agreeing, it's objectively the right thing. I just want to point that out.
There's no room for interpretation.
There is none. Zero. It's Samurai Jack. Do you not like Samurai Jack?
Oh yeah, of course. I didn't get to watch it as much as a lot of kids, so I didn't get to like actually like fucking see it. But
Aku.
It was really good.
Fuck, that's messing with my voice.
I mean, what I saw in the beginning, what he does a lot is he makes a lot of simple arguments, and like arguments with like he has these toys laying around where he can show people like make them easy visualize his arguments.
Kappa, should I get this game?
Are you saying that the people that believe Kent are simple?
Rimworld did it.
Yeah, I haven't. I didn't know what I was doing in my own fucking. I played it for the first time. My own villager burnt down the only house I finally built. And
DZ says that he is so old and he loved Transformers like the original Transformers. Wait, yeah, that show was awesome. I mean, it was designed to kind of sell toys, like all the '80s shows. Like you guys remember He-Man? They had so many toys for He-Man.
Oh yeah,
dude, imagine the guy. Yeah. The guy was just like, whoever invented He-Man, that guy was like, I got some motherfucking toys to sell. And you know what? What am I gonna? They're just like, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? He's like brainstorming, and he's just like, Spider-Man. Fuck, damn it, that's already.
Did you ever watch? Did you ever watch She-Ra?
Fuck, that's also done. And then he's like, what the fuck is done? What about like a man? Like, you know what I mean? Like he was just this dude was just throwing shit on a wall. He's like, hey man, and he's like, yeah, like a Viking, like He-Man, and he's got the power, you know, like it's such a stupid shit. And he's got a tiger. He's got a green tiger he rides on. Like what the fuck?
Ass. People fucking loved it.
Yo, man, I thought it was so funny when Kent like invited you to go to like his museum or whatever.
No. I ain't going to that museum, bro. I'm never. No.
I have a bad cartoon take.
Yeah.
I could care fucking less about Ben 10. I'm sorry. I just could give less of a fuck about that show.
What?
About Ben 10?
Ben 10.
I did not like Ben 10. I didn't like Ben 10.
But only the original one.
I like Dexter.
You're
the original one.
The first person that has said that. Every time I say that, you think I'm fucking jabbing somebody in the childhood. But I'm like, Ben 10, I could not care less.
Like it. I didn't
they
like
tried to reboot it 7 times, 7 different ways, and it sucked every time after that. Like, they just couldn't get it.
Now you want to talk a cartoon that fucking kicks ass. You want to talk a cartoon that kicks ass? Fucking Dexter's Lab, bro. Dexter's Lab kicked so much ass. That shit was awesome.
I didn't like his voice as a kid.
Dexter's
I liked the show, but I hated the way he talked.
Really? I loved it.
I was just like, shut the fuck
Loved
up.
it.
Oh, what is with? I always loved. I
Dexter's
always loved
Lab was
Pinky and
fucking
Brain.
sick. I like Pinky and the Brain too. I like that one.
I like Pinky and the Brain.
Ed and Eddie. Ed and Eddie's good.
Baller.
Oh, Duckwing Duck. Duckwing Duck.
I never watched that. I know it came on, but I never watched it.
What?
Yeah, not that I did.
Was one of my childhood
I never got to.
Did you like the original Teen Titans?
Oh, it was awesome. Yeah,
I think it was. I liked it okay, cool. But what I didn't like was like this was like during the time when I was like becoming a bit of like an anime purist, where I'm just like, bro, I fucking love anime, and then I saw like American shows try to do anime, and I'm like, that's not anime. It's not fucking anime.
Yeah. Anime? I never even thought of it that way.
Yeah, no, because like they tried to like do the same
in
stuff.
Avatar: The Airbending?
That's like the best.
You know who was my favorite in Avatar: The
Airbending?
The Airbender?
Avatar: The Airbender is the best.
You know who was my favorite? My favorite was the fire guy, the uncle.
Yeah,
Iroh.
that's Iroh. Yeah. I'm going
I
over.
love the uncle.
We're going over.
The uncle was so based.
We're going over Legend of Korra, and do not give me any spoilers. I swear to God, you give me spoilers, I will ban you on site. I will fucking ban you. Yeah, I'm just now watching it with my boyfriend Casey. We're going over it. We're going over it, and
I'll say this. I won't give you any spoilers. It's pretty good. Don't listen to the haters. Like, it's not as good as Avatar. Obviously, it never can be. But the amount of fucking hate people have for it, it's a little forced.
Well, I just finished book 3, Change, and I am now currently at the conclusion that everything that happens to Korra is just misery. Whatever it is, if Korra is involved, it's miserable. There's never a happy moment. Everything is miserable with Korra. Everything.
I started the first season, and I've got the feeling like that's the woke version of Avatar.
Oh my God, Rubik's is saying, anyone remember Chalk Zone? Rudy's got the chalk zone.
Yeah,
Rudy's got the chalk. The fucking show sucks.
I used to.
It's not a good show. No, I didn't like it.
It wasn't my favorite, but I didn't hate
it. It was
bad. Chowder was my shit.
Yeah.
Chowder was my favorite fucking show. I loved Chowder so much.
Chowder's great. Chowder's amazing.
Chowder's amazing.
I'm trying to think.
1 or 2 seasons, 3 seasons.
Dude, DZ just busted out the best fucking show. What the fuck? DZ's like, I only know of Akira and Vampire Hunter D, and Vampire Hunter D ain't even a real anime. Okay, number one, Vampire Hunter D 1,000% is an anime, and that is an incredible fucking movie if you haven't seen it. And the animation on Akira is goddamn insanity. If you have not seen Vampire Hunter D or Akira, those are both movies. Those are both. The animation is so good. Every single one. Dude, you do not know. Like that was like during the time in like the 80s when like Japanese animators and studios were trying to get that Disney money, bro. They were working day in and day out. They're like, we got to get that Disney money. And the only way that we're going to get that Disney money is if we show investors that we're just as good as Disney. And in the 80s, they went balls to the wall. It is psychotic, the level of animation that they did, and it looked so good. They didn't attract any fucking investors, but it's literally some of the best looking animes I've ever seen. Vampire Hunter D is incredible.
Did you know that they have stolen like the Lion King? That's actually originally from an anime. No,
false.
Yes.
No,
yes.
false. You're wrong.
You're just wrong.
You don't know what you're talking about.
The story is literally
Seriously,
the same.
you do not know. You do not know what you're talking about.
No, I'm sorry. I also, you do not. You're just wrong. I'm sorry.
Why are you guys so passionate about this? What the
fuck?
Because we've heard of it. We've heard this. We've heard this. We've heard this.
Like, what the fuck?
We've heard this.
The same 2-hour video
That's
on
hilarious.
it.
That's so funny. That is so funny. That is
like, I've
true,
never
though.
heard someone be
We watched the same 2-hour-long video.
By the way, did you ever thought about that Simba is actually falling in love with his half sister?
Simba is falling in love with it. I don't like this. Do we have to talk about that? We're still streaming. I'm still
ruining your childhood.
Once again, Magnus is obsessed with inbreeding.
I was
He will not stop talking. Yeah, it's
I was
awful.
I was a really big fan. I was a really big fan until a friend came along and told me that. I was so pissed. I was so pissed.
We could tell you're a big fan of incest, Magnus.
Operative word.
Thank you.
There's a word there.
Yeah.
No matter what it is, somehow it comes back to incest. Like he's talking about the Lion King, where it back to incest.
I heard you.
Just keep in mind, we're still streaming. Just FYI.
Yeah.
I get that this is just a casual conversation, but we are still streaming. Yeah. Let's see here. It's a Rubik's busting out some fucking classics saying, does anyone remember Kablam or Oh Yeah cartoons? Yes, I do remember Kablam.
I remember
and
Oh Yeah.
cartoons. Those are
I don't remember
both
Kablam.
excellent. I think, what was it? Oh Yeah cartoons. Wasn't that like a pilot episode to try to bring in?
That was the thing where they showed episodes of new things. Like if people liked it enough, they were able to give the whole series.
Yeah, it was so good. Loved it.
Yeah, they had some bangers.
They got to do that again, dude. When do they do that shit again, man? Like,
it was a good opportunity to give like artists.
Bro.
Yeah.
Now they're just like, yeah, here's like season 29 of SpongeBob.
God.
Like what the? And it's like garbage. It's like Patrick, you've got on new pants. Like I don't fucking know. It's just bad. It's just bad.
SpongeBob were really weird.
There was like no Disney cartoons I fucked with. Like Cartoon Network had me, and or fucking Nickelodeon. They had some bangers. Disney Channel, I could give less of a fuck. Especially like
Rudy.
every single one of
Rudy,
those.
you have homework.
Yeah.
You have homework. Your homework is you're going to watch Tron Uprising. It's way too good. It's too good for me to not talk about it.
I don't know shit about Tron.
Yeah, I know. It's so good.
I don't know anything
it's so
about it. Really.
good. Tron Uprising is so good. It's insane. It has no reason being that good.
I watched that. I watched the old, like not like the old, but like they made a newer Tron movie, but not this newest one. The one before. I think I watched that one, and it was good. But
James,
I don't fucking remember.
James
I don't
is
remember
saying,
dick about
"Melt man with the power to melt."
I think one of my favorite cartoons as a child was The Last Unicorn, the movie.
Which goes little.
I don't think I know that one.
All right, well,
I had to see it because my sister and her best girlfriend were back then totally into unicorns. So,
I just thought of a cartoon I hadn't thought about in a while. You guys remember Camp Laszlo? I fucking forgot about that
I
show.
hated that
Just
show.
now.
I hated that show. That was when I started seeing like observably Cartoon Network just do worse. Like, because right after Camp Laszlo, because like I was like, this is super okay. Though Chowder, that was when Chowder and Flapjack were out. Those are amazing shows. They were super good.
Cartoon Network.
Those are like at least like Dexter's Lab quality, I would say. But Camp Laszlo was just like so much worse than those two shows. Like it wasn't.
It was kind of boring.
I was like, all right.
I hate it.
I mean, it's not the worst thing ever. I'll watch it, but it's not great either. But whatever, I'll watch it because it's on, and Nickelodeon's got some bullshit, fucking Bill Cosby shit going on. So I may as well watch Camp Laszlo. But
Disney Channel has a bunch of live action shows that nobody gives a fuck
right
about.
I was about to talk about that. Right after Camp Laszlo, you know what fucking Cartoon Network did? Cartoon Network said, hey, you know what we're going to do? let's not do cartoons. let's do seeing real. Do you remember seeing real? Holy shit.
Yeah.
I
remember that. I remember Dude Perfect. I remember the other. There's another live action one they tried that fucking sucked, and I don't remember what
I was like, this is it. This is the end of Cartoon Network. Cartoon Network is gone.
God. Destroy, build, destroy.
Yeah, when I saw CN Real, I wanted to fucking die, dude. It was awful. It was
that was
awful.
a bad time for Cartoon Network.
God, CN Real, dude. I think that was when. Because I was like fucking broke as shit when I was little, like my family was broke as shit. We were always moving and all. I never knew what the fuck was going on. But like I remember when I was like, I had cable and then Camp Lazlo came out and I was like, this is okay. And then CN Real came out and I was like, this is so bad. And then I remember having to move, no longer having cable. And I was like, I don't want to watch CN Real. I'd rather play outside.
Yeah.
That's how bad CN Real was. I was like, I'd rather just like, I was like, I'd rather throw down a hoop with a stick down at the dirt road. Let's go, guys. Fuck it, dude. This sucks. It's trash. Just trash.
Yeah. I hated those shows.
Oh man.
Do you remember the gargoyles and the biker mice from Mars?
Oh, I ain't thought about gargoyles in forever. Holy shit. I used to fuck with that show when I was younger.
SWAT Cats is there like along around the same side.
I don't think I remember SWAT
You don't remember SWAT Cats? Oh, bro.
No, I don't think so.
SWAT Cats. Here.
Then again, I'm 28, so around the time I was watching the gargoyles, I was really young.
Yeah. SWAT Cats looked fucking.
Remember it.
SWAT Cats looked so cool. Like I remember as a kid, I was like, dude, I am enthralled. It just looked.
Were they SWAT members?
It
was
looked
that
good. It was like these cool looking cats.
Never heard of it.
That had like a jet, and the animation looked cool. Here, I'll share it on my screen real quick.
Oh, hold on a second. I went downstairs for a second.
But I'll just show a couple of pictures on side chat if you want.
Yeah, put it in the side chat. I'll check.
Here's one. You know,
a show I liked of the 90s. Do you remember
It looked super cool. Like I remember, like this was like around the time where what was that one fucking show? I'm trying to remember the name of the show. Fucking Pirates of Darkwater. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Pirates. Let me look it up. I don't remember. It sounds familiar, but I don't know about. Hold on.
Let me look. Hold on. Pirates of Darkwater. That was like another one of those shows that were like way too well animated. It looked too good to be like a show, like a cartoon show.
I have never seen this.
That was in the 80s. That was it. But I remember having VHSs of the Pirates of Darkwater, and the fucking character designs looked so fucking cool. I was like, these are cool ass characters. This is great.
Yeah,
one of the greatest shows of my childhood was Captain Baloo.
What the fuck?
I like Captain Baloo. Captain Baloo.
Captain Baloo?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think I've ever heard of that. Captain.
It was awesome, bro.
Baloo.
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 It was from the Jungle Book, the characters from the Jungle Book, but they were kind of modern, and Baloo was a captain of a water landing airplane.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing clips of that. Yeah. I remember seeing I don't remember the show.
I don't know the English name. I don't know the English name. It's from Disney with The Great Break, with there's 5-6 children having always adventures at school. In the break, the cartoon.
Wait, describe it again. 5 kids in school doing what?
Name of it. 6 kids. The big fat one, Spinelli, TJ.
Yeah. Recess. You're talking about Recess.
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about.
Dude,
That's
dude.
that's the
I
English word for
remember
that show is Recess.
I remember
Yeah.
Recess.
Yeah, we had in German different names.
Can I tell you?
Yeah.
Let me tell you a
That
story.
was a good
Actually,
show.
I have a fun little story. I remember I was really young in middle school. Like nobody knew what the hell they were doing or what they were. And I remember that there was this girl that she liked me, and I decided, I asked her out, I think, yeah, her friends approached me and said, "Oh, our friend likes you," and I was like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" And so I asked her out, and she said, she said yes, and I was like, "Hell yeah, based, awesome." I didn't say base because that wasn't a word. I was like, "Cool, yeah," Anyway, I remember that this is around the time that the Recess movie came out. There was a movie that came out.
Oh,
for
that
Recess,
was a good
the
fucking
show.
movie.
And
That was a great movie.
I remember, like, my friends, by the way, right? They're all in middle school. They have no idea what the fuck they were talking about. And I just remember the fucking questions that they asked me about the date that I went on was so weird. And I to this day, I think about these questions. I've thought about them a couple of times, and I'm like, they're so funny. So, like, number one, they said, "What movie did you pick?" So I said to them, Recess. And they were like, "Man, that's a kid's movie, man. That's a kid's movie. You should have watched Spy Kids. That's better."
Dude, that's big kids movie.
That's a big kids movie. You should have seen Spy Kids. That was the first advice they gave me.
That's cute.
And then the next advice they gave me, they said, Did you look at the movie more, or did you look at her more?" And I responded,
No,
I looked at her, and I looked at him, and I was just like, "The movie?" like that's the right answer, right? And he was like, "No, you should have looked at her more than the movie, bro. You messed up, bro. You messed up." And I'm like, dude, could you imagine the fucking psychopath that's just staring down their girl the whole movie?
The whole time, not even like looking at the screen.
Terrible dating advice. It was hilarious though. It was good times. I'll forever remember that memory tied with the Recess movie. But bro, there was one kid that I really hated in the Recess movie. I don't remember much of the Recess or any of the characters. It was, the snitch. The guy with the hunchback. Was he the snitch? Is he the snitch?
Yeah.
He is a snitch. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Because he's obsessed with Miss Finster, and he like tells like the bitch teacher, and he's like, Miss Finster.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
So Randall, I was like one of those kids where I was like, bro, snitches get stitches, bro. I was like that. I was that kind of kid. I just I didn't miss. But this is Randall here, and he had a hunchback, and I'm like, man, I hate this guy. He needs stitches. We need to punch him. It was fucking wild, dude. The emotions you would get out of these shows.
But I think Miss Finster was fighting in the movie on the good side.
Miss Finster?
Eventually. I think she came around.
I don't fucking know. I don't remember. I gotta fucking...
I remember right. They were gonna get rid of summer vacation for some fucking reason, and then the principal and Miss Finster by the end of the movie are on the good side against the fucking board that's trying to get rid of Recess for whatever fucking reason. I don't remember the plot, why they were trying to get rid of Recess.
The plot was they wanted to increase. They wanted to increase the intelligence tests in America, so they wanted to make it. It's like in Sweden, where children have now recess because it's all snowy all the time in Scandinavia.
It's a Rubik says, does anyone remember Shaolin Showdown? That show was awesome. I loved Shaolin Showdown. That and Jackie Chan Adventures. It had like kind of a little bit of the same feel, a bit, right? It had like some talismans you got to fucking collect and shit. That was cool.
I watched. I don't remember.
That was good times. Anyway, guys, all right.
Another show I was watching.
Anyway, I think I'm gonna pack up. I gotta pack up my green screen. I got my green screen here, and I'm gonna pack it up, and I gotta go to bed. But
see you tomorrow, Mender.
But thanks for joining me. You know, I hang out in my Discord pretty much all day. So anytime you guys want to come and hang out, I'm here. I'm vibing. So appreciate you guys for joining on the debates today, and I'm gonna be spending some time editing the Kent Hovind debate, so you get the whole thing. I thought that the moderator was biased. I do. I believe that. I think that he didn't like the way that the question was going, and that because there was no out, that was the problem. Anyway, y'all, thank y'all